So we're up to session 15. I already ran through a summary, so we will skip that this time. You guys, again, I'm not sure if Elzen is with you or not, but you guys are in the artificer's shop. He has cleared out for a bit so that you could meet with Kukashia, and you were deciding on your next steps. You're at the moment in the midst of a group hug with Pebble.
Is Els in there?
Alzen walks in with coffees. Where did you guys go?
Is that coffee?
You sent me to get breakfast. And of course I obliged. I've kept it. I've had to reheat it a few times, but here you
Uh,
go.
Thaldron will go get a cup.
Who are you?
Yeah, you would have met, Elzen definitely was there when Thaldarin appeared.
Oh, okay.
So you are aware that he was sent back in time after they determined that Pyelius was dead. Oh,
I
also, Lee has Pyelius's Sybaris shard because he chopped it out of the back of his neck.
And I assume you have the searcher box,
Yeah, we would
perhaps?
have taken that. I don't. I mean,
Well,
I
the
don't know.
searcher box is up at the top of the chapel.
Well, the device might be. I
Right. The
had the
box,
box, the control,
Oh,
basically. Yeah. There's a box that it gets stored in.
I think we have that. Yeah.
Yeah, we should.
Just attuned
yeah,
to it.
Lee took, other than like the clothing, Lee took pretty much all of the equipment from Pyelius's body. You also got a bunch of treasure. I don't know if there's anything that Elzen got from that, or how much money has to be put on his character sheet.
We split it four ways. I have it written in my notes.
I didn't write down how much everybody got.
Um, we got 245 silver pieces each, and I don't know how many gold we got.
Wasn't it like 80 or 90 gold?
Right, it was 90 gold total.
Right.
There was also an agate and a bunch of uh, valuable items.
It was 90 gold each or
No, that was total.
so it was like 20, 22.
Right. So I don't know how you're dividing up the items. There were like two scrolls of arcane lock. I don't know who's taking those, if anyone. Or who's carrying, there was added to the dwarven sized adamantine chainmail. I don't know who's got that.
I mean, Elzen could take the scrolls of the spell
Yeah.
scrolls. It makes sense that he
Um,
would have them.
we should probably take our meal on the road and get some supplies and leave town.
How long do we think they'll take to get back? You think they would come back here or they would continue on?
Well, if it's closer here, they probably will return here. It's best that we be gone,
Yeah.
considering the state we're in.
The sooner we can go, the better.
They did say that they were going to circle back once they could find, because the ravine was like too steep for them to climb easily. So they said once they found a place to get out of the boat, that they would come back for their two unconscious comrades. So it could take them some time to get back. But it is probably unlikely that since they were like caravan guards, that
Sorry.
they would just continue to Crag War without the caravan. since that's where like there's food and supplies were too, and that got blowed up.
Yeah. Have we had time for a short rest?
I don't I don't recall if you stopped on the way back to have a short rest. So if it's
No.
if but it would have been before you met with Kukashia. So if it's not on your character sheet, I guess the answer was you did
I
stop.
don't think
I
so
think
because I think yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
I believe there was a conversation about stopping now that I think about it, but
Yeah.
Lee just wanted to keep going.
Yeah, it was a time issue.
So not yet.
Still
That
is
said,
bound.
you
I
do
don't have very many
know
hit points.
that if you need to buy things, that there seemed to be a little market of merchants, of caravan merchants, just inside the palisade, as you
Yeah,
had to pass that on your way in.
we may want Elson to purchase the items for us. I don't know.
Well, I mean, we definitely beat them back.
Yes, but once they start asking questions,
Only we could disguise ourselves.
I have got some face paint.
I don't know if that works on Feather.
It's
I'm gonna
magic
have to
face
do
paint.
enough preening with this ash and such in the air. I don't need to try to get paint out as well.
Yeah, I understand.
No. What supplies do you need?
Couple tents might not be a bad idea.
No.
So we might be sleeping out there for a minute.
It,
Yes.
Lee has a good idea. It is probably best that you do not arrive at the market and buy tents. For if that word gets around, they will know exactly where to look.
Somebody who doesn't look like they're associated with us at all would be the ones that we need to buy tents. But then, barring that, we need the most normal person. I
Well,
mean,
that's strike two.
I could take my armor off. For the most part, I think I blend in here.
Can you do that?
What do you mean? Take my armor off? Yes, of course. What do you mean?
Ah, I just did not know that was even possible. I thought it was stuck on you once you put it on.
I mean, maybe for some people. How could you sleep like that?
Elzin is under the impression that Thaldarin is a warforged, and we're just not going to let Elzin know.
It's just a warforged underneath that skin.
Living tissue over endoskeleton. Yeah, I mean, I'll just take my armor off. You still don't see my eyes. My hair just sort of covers it, and no matter what angle you look at them at.
Well, oh, another thing you missed is that Elzin wears these headphones that are sentient.
Not
Thaldarin.
Thaldarin, I do, yeah.
Yes, Thaldarin.
You wear sentient headphones.
Yeah.
Are they the over the ear kind?
Yes. And there's
Yeah,
like a
over the
metal
ear. And
bar that comes out in front of his mouth.
it's like strapped to my head.
A metal bar in front of your mouth. Is that kind of like the guy from the He-Man movie?
I don't remember.
Uh,
Does is there music that comes out of your headphones or any sounds?
There are occasionally sounds. Generally, it's, unpleasant conversation, but it's not me, it's the headset.
Hey, I'm right here.
I mean, I like it, but not he's not everybody's cup of tea, and that's fine. But he knows things, knows a lot of things.
I will have to take your word for it.
Wisdom.
So it is sort of similar to that. At least the part that comes out in front of his face is a little bit similar to that. It also goes over the top of his head.
So the plan is to camp in the hills. And then what?
I mean, there's still shenanigans going on around here. Or
Yes, but
we can also perhaps I don't know how. I don't know what kind of in we might possibly have to go speak to the recipient of the letter.
that's what I was going to say.
Something tells me we can't just go and see this person.
Do we
To be
Yes.
So
somebody.
you would know enough about Sharn to know that the address on it, on the letter, is not like it's a fairly nice area. Um, in the future, it's one of the better areas to live in because a lot of it survived intact, and the individual apartments are pretty spacious. But it's not like where the nobility would stay. So it's probably at this point in history, it was probably like for wealthier people, but not like the absolute upper crust.
where is the letter addressed to? Is it what's is that like a region or a city?
It's a very specific address in Sharn.
Okay.
In fact, Elzen, I'm just going to assume that you also had a chance to see the letter, just because I don't see any fun in hiding this particular bit of information from Elzen. So the letter is in the journal, but Elzen can give me. This is really like a straight intelligence check.
Okay.
It's a real shame
So
you're not a
the
wizard.
the address is familiar to you, but you can't quite place why.
Hmm.
I can imagine. Actually, you know what? I'm going to let Pebble also make an intelligence check, but I don't expect Pebble to succeed. Like, it would be a miracle.
I'm just gonna do it just because, but as a reminder, Pebble can't read.
So, Pebble, I would say, given that Pebble didn't even read the address, I don't know if anyone would have told Pebble the address. So Pebbles just doesn't know. But to you, it's sort of familiar, but that's all you can say.
But we know her name.
Yeah, you know her name. And if you actually went there, it'd be easy to find the actual address.
What about Mully?
Uh, I mean, Mully could potentially. So Mully essentially kind of aids you in your investigation checks.
Hmm.
So it would be an investigation check.
Yeah, I was like, have I rolled something for it yet? I don't know.
Molly, the name of your Ascension headphones.
Mully, yeah, Mully, little Mully.
Little, yeah, Little Mully.
I just
Little
call it
Mully
Mully.
was an experiment where they were trying to essentially digitize the archives, the remaining archives of Morgrave University's library. So MUL stands for Morgrave University Library, and he's the little version of the library.
Which
But he
role did I
also
need again? Sorry.
this investigation.
So
So
the next generation of the Dewey.
right, he was almost Lil Dewey. That occurred to me.
The Mully. I'm thinking like if you named it Mullet and you put the headphones on and like you just like your hair grows out the back instead of the eyes.
Oh, he's got long hair. Don't worry.
So Mully is aware and is able to let you know that this address is specifically for one of the apartment blocks, generally for wealthy people, not the elites necessarily, but very well-to-do people. So Mully doesn't think like security would be super high there. There'd
Mm,
be like a doorman on the way in to sort packages and make sure like thieves don't wander in. But other than that, he doesn't imagine there's any reason to expect like real security hedging you out or guards who don't let people in.
gotcha.
You did check previously about her name, Heloise Trun, and he didn't know anything about her.
Right. I do remember that. All right. Well, I mean, yeah, we can just go pay this person a visit, or we can try and sneak in under the cover of night and investigate things here further.
What did we learn? What did you learn anything else about the mist
Mhm. I mean,
or the bite? And this is the I'm guessing it's the genesis of it, or at least a place where it has spread. Do we know where it is coming from?
no. I mean, I don't. Do we know if there's a radius to this thing? If anybody's, you know, spaced it out?
You don't know.
Yeah, we haven't had a chance to really investigate that.
Right. I mean, you've actually been in town less than 24 hours at this point.
Yeah,
So it's not been a lot of time.
it was immediately brought into the criminal element.
So is the plan to send Elzen to buy supplies?
Yeah, I think so. And meanwhile, Elzen's gonna try to glean some more about, like, try to get about some information about how big this mist is. It might have been covered a couple sessions ago, and I just forgot.
No. So give me a persuasion check. You could basically mundane supplies. You can pretty much buy within reason almost anything you would need in terms of like camping gear, as
Yeah,
that sort of stuff they would have. Um, so yeah, you're talking to a bunch of people and they don't necessarily know how big that particular little crop of the mist is. They obviously don't refer to it as the bite. They just talk about it as the green mist. But they do say that little pockets of green mist have been popping up in the Badlands around Black Pit for, about a week. So some of them have encountered little pockets of these things, and usually they're depending like 50 to 500 feet across. The smaller ones seem to disperse, but the bigger ones seem a little bit more permanent. Nobody has, at least they don't have any information about the size of the pocket that's currently enveloping the church. You could see on the way in that it's like that is just one corner of a larger cloud.
Ah, has anyone mapped? Has anyone made a map of the pockets as they have come up or where they've seen them?
So the guy you're talking to like cocks an eyebrow and says, "Not that I'm aware of. Why would they? They'll blow over. Do you map the fog?"
I suppose not. You would map the mountain, the valleys for which the fog would form, and that would give you a clue as to how air moves in an area. And I would hope that I would be curious to see if the mist follows the same pattern. But point taken. Do you know, do you have a sense, do you know how far east and west a radius, how far it's been seen from here?
So that guy doesn't know that, but another person hears you and she chimes in and says, "I've heard it's all around here, at least for, 20, 30 miles, but maybe beyond that. Mostly it's in the south and west of town. Really, you should talk to Valanda, the local hunter, as she's the one who does most of the traveling through the Badlands when she goes hunting."
It's good to know. Do you know where I can find Belinda?
Well, if she's not at the inn, then she'd be at her own house. And
If I were
so she sort of explains to you like there are no addresses here in Black Pit. But she explains to you that it's a little house that's right across from where you had stayed the night before. So across from the Taylor's house.
okay. Thank you very much. You are so kind.
So what sorts of things do you need to buy other than tents? I don't know if people have like rations or water,
I also want to see if he can get himself a pillow.
the important things.
Before Elzen would have left, with Pebble having like ice crust around his eyes and uh on his beak, he would sniffle and say, "Elsie, can you get some can you get can you get some food for Ziggy?"
Food for Ziggy.
Yeah.
Should Elza know who Ziggy is?
Yeah, Siggy is one of
It's
the
my
horses you bought.
horse.
You
Your
bought.
horse? Ah, yes, of course I can get some food for Ziggy.
In fact, I think you had
Thank you.
two horses that are currently in the stables.
And well, we would have rode the two horses that we got from the carriage as well, although one of them's been hobbled.
Right.
I will
So
see
you
if I
have
have this map.
four horses. One one is injured, so needs extra feed. I'm sure Pebble would want to take care of that horse.
He'd pick up rations and look for feed. oats, apples.
So how long are you buying food for? I mean, one thing is clear, like you would have determined on the way in, there is not enough healthy vegetation for a horse to simply graze. So you really do need feed to keep them in this area.
Well, there's only so much that Elzen, the halfling, would be able to carry back to the group.
You had a cart. You
Oh,
could go
sorry.
back to the stables and bring your cart over.
You can make multiple trips. I mean, you know.
Probably like a week's worth of feed.
I
At
mean,
least,
honestly, Daldrin was looking to take his armor off and go into the market with you anyways. So I could
Okay.
just be there to help you carry some.
perfect. You'd turn to Thaldrin. Does a week sound good? Too much and we're hauling a lot. Too little and the horses go hungry.
Well, how long was the trip to get here from the last place?
It was about 12 or 13 days. So
Uh,
7 days of animal feed is 70 pounds for one horse.
hmm.
Good thing we have a horse to carry it.
So you probably do need the cart to load up. And I don't know if
Oh,
you're
that's
taking all
right. We do
four
have a
horses.
cart. Well, wait, how badly did the cart explode?
Oh no,
Wasn't that
you
one?
had a cart. Yeah, you had a cart on your way here, so I assume that is
Oh,
also
okay.
at the stables. The cart that exploded really exploded. So it was you were gonna push it off a cliff, and you couldn't even push it that far.
How
So it's what
gangster would it be to just roll around in a cart that we stole from House Kundarak?
Right.
Might as well shine a spotlight.
Yeah.
Spotlight on our cars. We're riding
Put a
Honestly,
around.
put a little sign on the side. We killed a guard today.
yeah, but who would fuck with us? You know, I don't know.
Anyone from House Kundarak?
Yeah, maybe
Be 280 pounds of feed for a week for 4 horses,
2 weeks,
plus
560.
we have 4 horses or 2 horses. 4 horses.
You have access to four. I don't know if you need four, but there are four of you.
Oh, yeah, I don't think we need to bring all of them.
I
Just the
mean,
ones that carry them. Just the ones that
Elzen, Elzen doesn't need his own horse.
pull the cart. Right?
Right.
Listen,
I don't
I could carry the bags of feed over to the cart. That's fine. That's not a problem.
a Pengull question that I never thought about, but now I am. Can Pengulls ride horses? Because I,
Good
I imagine
question.
them
How do
I
they?
Their
imagine them
legs are so
having kind of
short.
like right, like
Uh,
penguin style legs right at the bottom of their torso.
a very
I
unique
mean, that's what every time
saddle.
I've seen them.
I like to imagine because Pebble is just so dexterous and because he's a monk, he kind of stands in his saddle.
Right. I mean, Bengals have
Fair,
rodeos. I mean,
fair enough. So you're going to go talk to the hunter,
Yeah,
the now haunted hunter potentially.
I mean,
100% haunted.
haunted by what?
Paelius.
Hi, Elias.
Yeah.
Paelius tried, this
oh,
was the same, the archer who helped out in
okay.
the fight against the flying creature. And Paelius was very annoyed when she wouldn't come to the church because she thought that that was dangerous. And she didn't want to necessarily put herself in danger. So as Paelius died, he cursed her to be to be haunted by him.
I don't know. 'Cause, 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 'cause,
Yeah, Alzin would want to go. Dadur. It sounds like there may be some additional information that we can glean about the spread of the bite. I think we should at least check it, get as much information about it before we leave. If our destination is further away and we're not going to be in the area.
Yeah. Will we ask them again? Him, her? I don't remember.
Her.
Will
I
we ask her?
I want to know just how far throughout the Badlands
No. Yeah.
light has truly gone, and if it's concentrated in any particular place.
Any bit of information on that would be good. Yeah. Let's go ask her.
So yeah,
All
well,
right. I have a side tangent that I just thought of. If Kurt's Eberron and my Eberron share a history, then Peleus died in around the modern area. I imagine his spirit, spiteful at Dr. Sheev, clawed its way out of Dull to be reincarnated during the time of the bite. Only then now carry that same spitefulness towards this archer woman.
This is a long and storied spite. She's in for a fucking rough time, you know. We're gonna meet her, and she's fucking bags under her eyes. She haven't fucking slept a wink.
So you make your way over to her house. And when you knock, you see she comes to the door. Thaldarin has never seen her before, but Elzin, you saw her on the night you were fighting the flying creature.
good evening, Belinda. It is nice to meet you again.
Meet you again.
You want to
I
say good
remember
night?
you from over. Good night.
Good night.
Can you wave? All right. I love you. Sweet dreams. Say hi to Artemis for me. What's that?
Hey, Artemis.
Seems as though the popsicle really did cure everything.
Second one would be so much better too.
So
Bedtime
Valanda looks
snack.
at you and says, "Yeah, I recall you. You kept the people inside the inn calm when that creature attacked. So that's strange that you're here again. Did you need something?"
I actually had to quick. I wanted to ask you something uh, that perhaps you would know best.
Okay, not many people come to me for information, but
From I hear that you are a hunter and that
yes.
you travel quite a bit around the Badlands and the area.
Yes, a bit less recently because of the dust.
The green dust or the soot?
This ash or whatever it is falling through the air.
What about the
Yes.
green mist?
What about it? I try to avoid it.
It's probably for the best. That must mean you know roughly its outline.
I mean, roughly, there's not like one pocket of the mist.
No, but I was curious if you knew the extent, at least the extent of which you've seen it while on your hunts. I I'm interested in trying to, you know, draw a map or plot just kind of its spread and where it's coming from to get a sense of how big of a problem it may be.
Well, there's a an old hermit named Karsek who might know more than I do about it. I can tell you I've seen at least maybe 2 dozen pockets of the mist, different sizes, different shapes overall. I mean, all roughly circular or oval, but they're spread across the region, and I don't haven't necessarily traveled far enough to find a spot where they stop, but they at least extend 30 miles outside of town because I got trapped out there when the dust started to fall and had to make my way back through it, and I was running into pockets of the mist all over the place. The big ones are pretty big. Like I couldn't even tell you how many acres they cover, but they could be, I don't know, 500, 600, 700 feet across. I did learn that there are terrors that live in that mist. I tried to warn your friends not to go anywhere near the church because it's in the mist and that means trouble, but they didn't listen. I'm sorry about your friend, by the way. He, in particular, seemed adamant about traveling into the mist.
Mhm. It's because people who are strong need to do something about it.
I mean, strong is a good thing. Foolish.
Now,
But
the
I mean, I don't know that Karsic has a map of them either. But so Karsic is a little unusual. He's got a strange way of looking at the world and believes a bunch of strange things. But he claims he saw the mist coming or saw it appear. I don't know if his sometimes rambly way of speaking would be of use to you, and I'm sure he's not coherent enough to have written out a map, but not many cartographers in the area would be doing something like that.
I don't expect that they would. Um,
I imagine people at the keep might know more. They might have more of a map. They send patrols out into the wasteland all the time.
Patrols, like they
Yeah,
just go out there
I
to
don't know what you would
keep an
call
eye
them,
on
but
people.
it's a bunch of increasingly it's been a bunch of like armed soldiers, usually accompanying one of those researchers they have.
Faldron looks to Elzen and is wondering if he's thinking what Faldron is thinking, but he can't tell. I guess we have our thing, our
yeah, we have
uh
our crystals.
yeah. So it's like,
You do have to whisper for that. You're currently like right next to her.
mhm, mhm, mhm. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I can't say it. Hmm. So you
But
rang out.
Karsic lives about 5 miles, maybe a little bit more to the southwest of here. If you, as you approach, you'll find that there's like a ring of very high hills that's pretty prominent. So I think you would see it if you get close enough to see through the dust. He lives in the center of that ring.
Interesting. Does
Uh,
that have does that ring have any significance? Or is it
Uh,
just where he likes to spend his home or like to build his home?
I think he built his home there because it's secluded, and unless you feel like climbing those hills, you're not just going to stumble into the middle of it where his house is. So it keeps him out of sight. I don't know that that helped him once the airship arrived. since it's kind of a prominent feature on the land. So I'm sure they noticed his house is in the middle of it.
That's good to know.
I'm sure with the dust storm, they can't see him anymore.
What do you mean by rambly speech?
I mean, he's pretty old and he lives outside of town because he's known for being a little bit crazy. He's not violent. He's not a bad guy. And the stories he tells are frequently very entertaining, but I think I'm the only person who regularly visits him.
I wonder if this guy sounds familiar to Elzen or not. Because Elzen and Paelius met a madman on the streets.
Did we?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, on your way to the mayor's office, you ran into a crazy guy who was laying in wait for the mayor. And he then started talking to you about how there are conspiracies going on, and then suddenly realized that you were part of the conspiracies. And
That's right.
so
Because he mentioned something about the mist, right?
he did.
Yeah. I don't remember exactly what, but and also I'm a different character now, so
Right. He said that the mist is essentially part of this conspiracy, that there are things that they, whoever they are not telling you.
right. And that's whenever Paelius is like, this guy's just fucking crazy. He doesn't know anything.
Oh yeah, yeah. I remember that guy.
But she describes this guy Karsek, and it doesn't sound to Elzen like it's the same guy, since Karsek is an elf. This guy was human.
Well,
Gotcha. Hmm.
that has been very helpful. Thank you, Bolanda. Is there anything that I can do for you in exchange for your hospitality or your
Nope,
kindness?
can't think of anything.
Very well. Well, good luck to you. Safe travels out there.
And to you, perhaps I'll see you at the inn tonight if that's where you're staying.
Perhaps.
Hmm. Wheels always in motion. Who knows?
And he takes his leave.
I
So
think we should
she
yeah,
brushes some of the dust out of the inside of her doorway as you leave, then closes the door.
might be worth it to follow some of those guards that leave town, go on their patrols or whatever. I wonder where they go.
They do have a researcher with them. So, and there are a lot of researchers that are staying in, uh, staying at the, the House Kundarak or the staying in the keep
Yeah,
Yeah,
they keep up
the
there.
keep is owned by the Kundaraks.
Kundarak. That would not be a bad idea.
Have you made any contacts with people inside?
Just at the mayor's.
Did you escort a researcher down here and talk to another one on the inn?
Ah, yes, Lita. We might be able just to go wherever. We might be able just to accompany Lita if we can find her.
Well, our friends might become wanted. And as soon as I put my armor on, I'll probably be standoutish as well. So we do have to be careful.
Let's return. Let's return to the group and assess our options. We've got tents and 280 pounds of horse feed.
Do we need 208? Do we need to bring all four horses? I think two will be fine. We just got 140 pounds. I can carry that easy.
I mean,
280, I could do that naked.
you have the cart, so it's not costing you anything.
I just figured I would just get it and bring it to the cart. That was the idea. But instead of hauling the cart through town, I don't know where the cart is actually. They have a place to like store carts.
It was at the stable where the horses were.
As long as they don't steal it.
I mean, I assume you didn't have anything in it, so it's just an empty cart.
So yeah, we head back to the tailor, which is across the street. That's where everybody else is, right?
They were at the artificer shop, but eventually the artificer would have come back, so you would have had to go somewhere else. So yeah, you're back at the tailor's, we'll say.
Well, supplies have been purchased. We can head out on our journey, but we managed to track down a couple potential leads for understanding the spread of the mist. If we wanted to try to learn a little bit more before we head out of the area.
Where are we supposed to
We're,
go?
as Pebble says that, you hear a knock at the door.
Who's there?
Uh, you hear a voice from the other side say, I'm a messenger from Lord de Kundarak.
Oh,
I'm looking for Elzin de Galandra. The tailor, by the way, is not there. You're not sure where the tailor is.
well, he's right here. Let me get the door for you. And I will go open the door.
So there are three people there that you can see. Um, they're all armored. They appear to be Kundarak guards, all dwarves. Uh, they all step in and shake the dust off their armor.
Do I have time to put
Mm,
my armor on?
No, not in the 6 seconds, unless it's special armor that you can don in 6 seconds.
I mean, I didn't
Uh,
know how long we would have been had a chance to be there or not. So, all right.
so as he comes in, he reaches into a pouch tied around his waist and pulls out a parchment letter that's sealed with wax. And he immediately walks up to the only halfling in the group and says, You must be Elzin de Galandra.
It is
This
I.
letter, which I believe to be an invitation, has been sent for you. Lord de Kundarak apologizes that she has not been able to invite you to the keep sooner. Obviously, our understanding is that you arrived yesterday, and she would have greeted you more formally, but as I understand it, we had no word that that the Galandra house was sending anyone here.
It was an unexpected visit on a potential business venture. But thank you.
So just show this letter to any of the guards at the front gate, and they will usher you in and alert Lord de Kundarak that you've arrived.
Does he get a +1?
I he can bring his companions if he wishes.
I don't see why I could not.
I don't know how these things work.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome. And he turns, and the three of them leave.
I like to imagine Thaldrin does like a mock salute as they're leaving. Just like an exaggerated salute.
It's like below his hair.
No, it goes right up to the hair. So official.
It's
Let me get my
assuming
armor
their
back on.
military tradition is a salute like this and not
Yeah,
like
whatever it
this.
is. Yeah.
Yeah, the dwarven military salute is.
You know the you watch Third Rock from the Sun? Dick Solomon's salute was like a head palm and then like all the way around and up and over.
Oh yeah.
Well, there's there materializes one of our leads. That I understand that it may be possible that to get a map of the area from House Kundark.
Well, how about you? Let's have a look at the letter.
I'm sure it's just some formal gobbledygook. These things usually are. He pops it open, breaks the wax seal.
Fucking anthrax. Oh shit.
It is what the guard said. It is an invitation to Elzen to come to the keep and instructions to show this letter to the guards, and they will let you in. And then there is a large formal stamp for Deleuze de Kundarak.
Well, this may be a way to at least get a map, and they have been sending out patrols and out into the Badlands. It's possible that they would have marked how far the bite has spread. If we can ascertain how quickly it's spread around here, and if it starts to move, we might be able to get a sense of how quickly it will move and therefore give some sort of timetable to any of our actions while we're in this era.
What if they're the cause?
Then we get to follow them and see what they're doing. Or maybe glean a little bit. The researchers seem very forthcoming, although Lita mentioned that each researcher was working on their own small slice and weren't allowed to communicate with other researchers. So it is quite possible that we would only be able to get a more complete picture if we were able to talk with several of them.
Which might be impossible normally. I guess not fully impossible. If that were strictly enforced, they would make sure they don't talk out here, but
It is interesting. I understand the keep is nearly full. It would be hard to keep everyone away from each other, all the researchers away from each other, and still have room and board for them.
But if they're in the watchful eye, I don't know, who knows? It's a lot of conclusions being jumped to here, so maybe we just wait. See what it's like inside. How long? What time for this event?
It just says whenever you're free to come to the keep.
It is more of a pass than a particular.
I see. Is it rude to make him wait? Make her wait?
Nah,
It doesn't say that there's a specific time, so it's whenever Elzen is free.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is House Golan the business. I mean, we would go when we were able to.
Shall we follow up on one of these other individuals we learned about? Perhaps the one whose house is rather secluded.
I mean, that would be. I mean, we still needed to get we still needed to get out, to get away from there. It would be beneficial if you to if we were to leave and to try to get out of town to visit him since he is so secluded.
That's what I mean. He's out. Where did he? I missed where you said that person was, but
He's he lives like 5 miles to the southwest in the center of a ring of high hills.
5 miles.
Yeah.
It's like fucking out there, huh?
He's a hermit.
Doesn't like to talk to anyone.
Motherfucker doesn't have to come in for supplies at all. Like, damn.
I mean, it's just 2 hours.
Right. Have we been able to work in a short rest yet?
Sure. I'll say you got in a short rest.
Go. Where are we gonna go? Are we gonna, what are we gonna do? I don't really understand what we're doing. Are we gonna do something too? He's kind of, and Pebble's kind of like starting to bounce around.
Well, I have sleeping bags for you, for you, for you, for you. He starts doling them out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how much did all that stuff cost?
The
I know the
feed
sleeping
really,
bags are like 2 gold a piece.
right. So with all the tents, and everything else, they would probably want about 20 gold. That would include, a week's worth of rations for everybody and a barrel of water.
This is about 20 gold, but don't worry about it.
Some of that I already I have the bedroll in my own rations. I was just gonna buy a tent and then perhaps put in for the yeah, for the feed for the horses.
How much was he gonna pitch in?
I'll throw in, I don't know, 5 gold.
All right.
Still, I mean, if we all do 5, it'll be even.
Yeah, we'll just let's do all the fun. So
And then we get to see how much Pebble kicks in.
How much does
Even
Pebble put in? We said
even
5.
Pebble doesn't know. Yeah,
Yeah.
Pebble will say 5 and then slap a pile of coins down.
Let's see.
Well, okay, how about that? However much he puts down, I would count out 5 and give you back the rest.
Okay, here. And he gives you a handful of coins, and it's 10.
Like up. See, how many is this right here? Count them out for me. I split
I
them up
don't
in
know.
half.
I don't know.
I just go one at a time. 1,
1,
2,
2,
3,
3,
4,
4,
5.
5.
And I'll start with this next pile. All right, now you do
No,
Some
I don't wanna.
coins.
it. Well, here you go. You overpaid.
Oh, okay. So what are we doing now? Are we gonna do something? Are we gonna go somewhere? Are we gonna make new friends? What are we gonna do?
You can either we can either go to the keep, or we can get out of town and hit up the hermit on the way. How quickly do you want to get out of town?
I don't care about how long it takes us to go. There's always friends here that we can make. I've already started making some new friends, like that one lady, the cushy guy lady.
Ah, yes.
You mean the one that got your friend killed?
She didn't get my friend killed.
No, wait, that's right. Nearly got us killed.
How?
I mean,
Uh,
Pebble was fine in that fight. Thalder had fell, but Pebble was fine.
Yeah, I mean, she wasn't there. So how did she almost get killed?
it's fine.
Those other guys, they were trying to hurt us. And we killed the one guy. But we
He
still
fell down.
tried. We
He
tried.
fell. He fell into the water. He couldn't swim. We did go down there. We tried.
I didn't know that people could like not know how to swim. That seems so weird.
Really tough.
I thought
It's
everyone knows how to
normal.
swim.
So if we go up to the keep,
Just verbal spin move.
they get those guys might return, and then we are in the heart of the beast when they do.
Well, can we, if it, so is there essentially a main approach to the town that we would expect these guys to come?
Yes, there is. There are very high and steep hills around the town, and then the one sort of opening in those hills is there's a palisade across it. So there is one
Okay.
easy way in, and then a bunch of difficult ways.
And we have a way to communicate if let's say Pebble and I were to watch, go somewhere and watch to see when they come back, can we communicate with them if they go into the keep?
Yes.
Probably,
Oh,
if you know,
crystals.
right. So
Hmm.
probably using the crystals, depending on whether or not they go into a room that blocks that communication, because it's dispel
Okay.
magic
Right.
rules.
Right. Okay. And I guess the outside question is Peleus's drone thing, the box or something, does that take like a day to attune to or something? You have to do a
It takes a short
8 hours?
rest to attune to it.
Okay. Could I have used that short rest to attune to it, just so at least we can have it?
Yes.
Okay. I have no
And
idea what it does.
when you attune to it, so it is essentially it sends out a drone. When you attune to it, you find yourself looking at the top of the bell tower, or sorry, the clock tower of the church with the mist and the dust all around you.
Okay.
So you do find that just by thinking about it, you're able to like look around.
Okay. Then I guess I can control it. I don't know what the distance or the range of this thing is.
I could just go. I think. What does it say actually?
Because we could have the cart set aside somewhere and kind of hide out there, and I could use this drone thing to kind of scout the entrance to see when they show up.
That makes sense.
So let's see here.
And if
It,
this is Tony, if this is something your character would want or whatever, it can have it. That's fine. I just didn't want to leave it behind if it.
no, it's fine. It's fine. You'll probably get the sense that it needs to return soon. Actually, it's probably. I'm looking at it now. It basically only lasts for an hour.
Okay.
10 minutes per charge, and it's 6 charges a day.
Okay.
So yeah, you would have to spend. So you did get there was a long rest that was gotten in, so it has all of its charges. but you would have to spend another charge to see through it and activate it again.
Okay.
Right.
All right. So it's all right. It technically has unused one. Okay. So that's an option if we want to do that. But that would be my suggestion is Pebble and I kind of hang out. We'll go hide somewhere and hang out close to the entrance of the town to watch when these guards come back. Unless Pebble wants to go into the keep. And then you guys can go in right now and just see what you can get and just get out before we have to leave.
Sorry. I think I'll go into keep. That
Okay.
sounds fun.
I'll let you know if there's trouble.
So I was misremembering it actually. The searcher box, when you activate the searcher box, it creates a new drone.
Oh,
It's creating
okay.
a drone every time. It's not one drone that you then have to go fetch.
That's convenient.
Huh. Okay. Creates drone each time.
Then we should hurry to keep because a Pengle will be very visible.
Yes, I am visible. I hope so. I hope you can see me.
Of course.
So I mean, you could use the searcher box even if you, Lee, are in the keep.
Um, well, like you said, the whole dispel magic stuff.
Right. So, but the searcher box isn't the same. So the searcher box, you can still see through the eyes of the searcher box, even if, you're in a sealed room. You can't, like, you would be uh, concentrating on the searcher box. You can't see what's in the searcher box and also be completely aware of your own surroundings. But it doesn't follow dispel magic rules.
Okay. Um, I'm just afraid we're gonna get in the keep. They're gonna show up, or something's gonna happen, or this is a ruse, and they're gonna turn on us. And I
So I mean, yeah, if it's a ruse, you might want to be there for that.
well,
If they turn up, they're probably going to go back to the keep first, because that's the only law enforcement in this town is in that keep. So they would want to go back and report that they were robbed. So since there's only one way they can come into town, you probably would be able to see them if this is what your focus is.
yeah, that would be my focus because if I have to get away, I can just fly.
Right. So up to you whether you go to the keep or stay somewhere near the
I'm going to
entrance.
stay close because we've got these horses and a car. I don't think anybody's going to steal it, but
I mean, once it's laden with stuff, somebody definitely might steal it. This is this is a place with two criminal organizations, a small town with two groups of thieves.
okay.
So are the rest of you going to the keep?
Yes.
Can I find like some flying creature nearby?
You haven't seen any like birds?
Bugs?
Yeah, you might be able to find a bug.
As long as it has a flying speed, that's all I need. Um, And then
So
I'll just like
you find a horsefly at the stables.
beautiful. It's like crawling on one of the horses. And I just like kind of walk up to it. Let me make sure. I guess it would be considered a tiny beast. Yeah.
Right.
Perfect. Um, I'm like, hey, that way. I'm just like pointing that like out towards where the road leaves town. There's gonna
Hmm.
be some dwarves with some armor on, metal like this. Deliver them a message for me. Say, if you wait 2 more hours, I'll give you 10 gold. Thanks, buddy. And then I'll cast Animal Messenger.
So the horsefly goes flying off towards the south.
What was that? What'd you do? You
I
can
just
talk to animals?
I can tell little guys like that to, send a message for me.
What
They're
kind of
really
message
helpful.
did you send? Who did you talk to? Why are you sending the message? How did you learn to do that?
I just do it. I don't it's kind of just part the benefit of being me. I don't know. Uh I was wanting to see if maybe we could delay those guys a little bit.
Did they who?
But some of those guards, we don't want them to coming back on us while we're inside the keep. It could become problematic for us.
What guards? Oh, the ones that we attacked and the one that we got that one guy killed.
Yep.
Yeah, those
And
guards.
and I need and I need you, little buddy, not to talk about it ever again. It's very important
Okay. I won't talk about it no more.
to anybody.
Anybody?
Not until I give you the secret word.
Oh, secret word? What's it gonna be? A secret word?
The secret word is pickle weasel.
Pickle Weasel. Pickle Weasel. Pickle Weasel. Pickle Weasel.
Now, if
Pickle
I
Weasel.
say it, then you're allowed to talk about the thing.
Pickle Weasel.
Got it.
Pickle
All right,
Weasel.
let's get going,
Pickle
guys.
Weasel. Pickle Weasel.
And he just goes on and on like that for another 10 minutes.
We're walking.
Just turning it into a song.
Yeah.
So Lee goes off towards the main gate, taking the cart with him. When he gets back, I'm not sure where he's going to remain with the cart, if it's inside the palisade or outside it. But you guys head up to the keep, where you show the letter to one of the guards who's remaining outside, who shakes the dust off his armor and looks at it and says, "Feel free. The main entrance is open. It says here you should go into the garden, which is a straight shot through the main gate."
Very good. Thank you so much.
And he then says to one of the other guards at the gate to go and alert the Kundarak that his guests are here. And you make your way inside. Initially, you pass through the outer walls of the keep, which are, you can see mostly dwarves seem to be manning the rooftop of it. But passing through the main gate, you walk through a marble hallway, and almost immediately inside, like maybe within 50 feet of the main entrance, you can see there is a stone wall and an arch that leads into an elaborate green topiary garden, with stone walkways on it and a fountain in the middle. And what the guard who's accompanying you says, "I'm going to go alert Lord de Kundarak. You should wait here, and she will arrive the moment she's free. I'm sure she'll come as quickly as she can, but I don't know what she's doing at the moment."
Very
Pickle
well.
Weasel!
We will
What?
Pickle Weasel!
we will we will be here. I apologize for my companion.
So he leads you up to the fountain and then turns and walks off to out of one of the side exits to the topiary garden. You notice that there was a sort of vaulted ceiling above you. So the garden is not actually under direct sunlight, so there's no dust in here at all. But there does appear to be a pretty good magical recreation of sunlight coming from the ceiling above, shining down on you. So it does feel as if you're outside on a nice day.
So there's a very important question I have about the topiary garden is how many vulvas are present?
At the
And
moment,
are
I
there
would
any
say none.
famous ones that we would recognize?
Is Pebble Laszlo?
As you wait, you see there is a man who's sort of strolling through the garden around around one of the four. There's four corners to it that are sort of walled off by these rows of hedges. He appears to be talking to himself. He's a thin, scruffy looking human overall, but he seems to be muttering to himself, sometimes exclaiming things, and you're not necessarily sure what it is he's talking about as he's a little too far away, but otherwise keeping to himself.
Hmm.
Bevel will immediately walk over
And say, Hi, who you talking to?
And he looks down at you, a little bit shocked, as if he wasn't expecting and didn't notice you guys were even anywhere in the area. Um, oh, to myself, I guess.
Oh, well, what is yourself talking to about yourself to yourself?
So give me a perception check since you're like right up next to him.
right?
Hold on just a sec. I lost something.
Hmm.
A pretty cool map.
So this guy standing in front of you, he looks almost a little bit, like I said, he's pretty scruffy. He seems almost dirty. Like he's clearly been outside, and so some of this ash has gotten on him, and he hasn't cleaned himself very well. He also has a scar running across one side of his face, and he's missing he's missing his right eye.
So
So he's
the
got a
minute
patch over it.
the minute that he would have turned to Pebble, Pebble would have gone, ah,
What happened to your face?
The war. Research conducted during the war. There was an explosion, and I lost my eye.
There was a war?
What? Yes. Unusual that you hadn't heard of it, but what species are you?
What's a species?
Um, I'm human, and you are.
Pebble.
I've never heard of that species.
Nice to meet you, human.
Nice to meet you, Pebble. So, you haven't heard of the war. I assume then you're new to the continent.
Um, yeah, yeah, I think so. So what were you saying?
I can't go into that, but suffice to say, it's nothing of great interest or import to you.
I have something like that too. I'm not supposed to say something until I hear pickle weasel.
Pickle weasel?
Pickle weasel. It's a
And
fun word to say, pickle weasel.
and this secret, is it something? Why is it that you're not allowed to say it until you're given a particular code word?
I am the no.
Well, I don't mean to pry into your secrets. I think I have heard actually of your group. Did you accompany my friend Lita into town?
Oh yeah, we're friends with Lena. She's really cool. We were with her the whole time, and she helped me buy my horse, Sticky, and he's a really nice horse.
Well, I suppose I should thank you for helping her get here safely. The road can be treacherous, and apparently she didn't have anyone else to travel with that she could find easily. So I'm glad she was able to make it here safely.
Oh yeah, don't you remember about that? Is that we had some weird dreams, and some of them maybe even came to life. I don't know. I told my dad, and that's weird 'cause he's dead. But yeah, we were yeah when we got here.
So based on your perception check, you notice there is like as he moves around, his shirt is partially open, and you occasionally glimpse what looks like a purple gemstone or crystal that's sort of in the center of his chest, just under the collar of his shirt. Could be
Oh,
a necklace.
that's a nice rock. That's a nice rock.
Yeah.
What
He
do you want?
begins to like he buttons up one of the buttons on his shirt, concealing it.
Do you
Well,
want to see
I
my rock? I got a rock
sure.
right here. It's really cool. Look, and he pulls out his um what should we call that? His lucky ice stone of wound closure.
Oh, that is a fascinating stone. Magical, yes?
Um, it's cool. It makes me feel nice. Well,
Can I
actually, yeah, it is. It is actually physically cool to the touch.
can I inspect it?
Sure.
He reaches out his hand, takes it up to his good eye, and starts to look at it. And you see he begins to cast a spell. Hmm. The Dwemer on this is actually quite interesting. Well, it would be something to investigate. He reaches out and hands it back to you. If only there were time to do it. But it is indeed a very interesting stone that you found there.
Yeah, I think so. It's like ice, but it doesn't melt.
It does feel cold to the touch and does look like ice. Since it doesn't melt, I assume it is some sort of stone. I didn't notice any moisture on my fingers, so it wasn't melting under my touch either. Do you know how the Dwemer was placed upon it?
I don't know what that is.
The magic.
I don't know. I just found it.
Oh, we should all be so lucky as to be able to find things such as that. So, what brings your group to town?
Uh, well, we were traveling with Nida, and I don't really know why we were traveling with Nida. I know that she was going this way, and I talked to her, and she seemed friendly. And I talked to my buddies, and they said that we could all go together, and that seemed like it made sense. And then we came here, and then we fought some things, and then we got hit, and then one of my friends died. And then we got to the thing that I'm not supposed to talk about until we get to hear Pickle Weasel from my friend, and he's a new friend that I just met. And I don't really know him all that well, but he told me I can't talk about the thing until I hear the Pickle Weasel word, and that's a fun word. And then now I'm here.
You said your friend died. How did that
Yeah, it
happen?
was really sad. Jump Something went in him, and then he shook real bad, and then he fell, and it came out of a tree by the church in that green mist.
You've been inside the mist.
Yeah, we were trying to figure it out so we could stop it because that's what we're here to do. Oh yeah,
And
that's what we're here to do. We're here to stop the green mist.
did you find a way to stop it?
No, my friend died, and we had to run away.
And you actually went inside the church or just up to it?
No, we inside there, a tree growing in it. That was weird. I don't normally see trees growing inside things. Although I guess it wasn't really inside things because it was all broke up.
Yes, I don't know when that tree began to grow there either, but the architecture was clearly not up to the challenge of stopping it. I imagine the roof probably had some sort of structural failure a long time ago, decades before the tree even began to grow. Then the slow march of time probably eroded the floor enough for a sprout to take hold. Unfortunate that it's enveloped in the mist, I suppose, since my understanding is it was a rather favorite spot for people to go and either picnic or otherwise still try to commune with the gods.
That's a lot of words that I don't know, but it's cool to hang out with gods.
Hang out, I suppose, is one way of looking at it. I think it was more of a tranquil spot for them. So, did you see what killed your friend other than he fell down? Was he climbing?
No, it was a thing that was blue and it was kind of see-through, kind of like maybe a ghost, and it went into him and then he shook and then he fell and then it went out of him and then it went back in the tree and then there was a second one and he came out of the tree.
And he reaches into a pocket and takes out a small, almost playing card size thing. It's a bit thicker than that. It's maybe half an inch thick. And he pulls like the top flap off of it and says, "You said there was some sort of spirit that attacked him.
Yeah,
Did it look humanoid?"
no, it was like a little ball of fire, but not fire, and it was blue. Yeah, I think it was blue.
So is it similar to the energy spheres that we see circling the tree?
Yeah. It came out of a tree. I tried to burn the tree, and I guess the tree didn't like it. And then, wait, did I kill my friend?
You said you tried to burn the tree. I don't know what the significance of the tree is to the blue energy orbs, but interesting that apparently you assaulted the tree and then one of the orbs reacted to that. And you can
Yeah,
hear like a scratching on whatever it is he's holding in his hand. And are you sure it was a spirit?
no,
It's understandable that you wouldn't be able to necessarily identify the distinction between one of those orbs as we see them and either a spirit or possibly an elemental. People have ventured into the mist, into the church itself to see, but none of them have returned. I don't know whether or not these orbs are responsible for that, though that seems to be the most likely surmise. There are other things that allegedly have come out of that mist, though, that could equally be responsible for disappearances. So the data you're giving me is rather valuable, potentially extremely valuable, since I don't know what is going on inside the church, and apparently you've been there.
yeah, um,
And are your friends' remains still there?
um, we buried him.
I see. So you managed to get his body out?
Yeah, we didn't leave him behind. We weren't gonna do that.
Where did you bury him?
Mm, I don't remember. Eh, It was a little bit far away, I think.
Probably no matter. Is there anything else you can remember about your encounter with this creature in the church?
It kept disappearing. It was a little frustrating trying to fight it because it would just disappear and then we wouldn't know what it was. And then it would come back and then it would shock us.
Shock you. So it was
Yeah,
using some sort of lightning attack.
it was weird. It made my feathers stand on end whenever it touched me. It was And maybe all tinkly.
That's surprising and valuable information. So, what is your name?
Pebble.
So, you're Pebble the Pebble?
No, I'm Pebble. Just Pebble.
Okay. I think perhaps I misunderstood when you initially identified your species as Pebble.
Yeah, I don't know what species means.
It's, as I said, I'm a human. I had mistakenly believed you were called a Pebble.
I am called Pebble, and you are called human.
My name is Abelard de Caneth. I am a human.
Oh, your name is that's a hard word. Those are hard words to say. Can't call you Abby.
You can call me whatever you like.
Okay. Hi, Abby. Nice to meet you. I'm Pebble.
That much we have established.
Eventually, Elvin
So,
will, like just like him be like waiting and then like look around and not see Pebble next to him. And then just like him talking to this guy, writing notes. Oh dear.
yeah, at that point, Abelard would look out and say to you all, excuse me, could I talk with you all for a second? I would like to talk to your friends, Pebble, if that's okay.
Oh yeah, let me introduce you.
And
So
he'll
he,
actually
he
grab his hand and like walk him over.
and he follows you out. Hello,
Uh,
your friend here was telling me about your encounter at the church. I'm quite interested to hear more, if you're willing to share.
And who do we have the pleasure of speaking? I see.
I'm Abelard de Caneth.
I am Elzen de Galandra. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
So everybody make me a perception check.
do you want me to make another one?
Uh, yeah, you can.
Oh,
Oh, right, Lee's not there. So Thaldarin, you notice there is like a little bit of a purple glow under his shirt. Pebble, we probably would get advantage, but apparently you're not paying attention.
mm-mm.
No, but Thaldarin, you do see a little bit of a glow. So something clearly magical beneath his shirt. I am curious to hear more about your encounter inside the church. I understand your friend died and you have my condolences, but it could be invaluable for me to know more about this blue glowing creature that you encountered there. Do you think it was undead?
Elzen wasn't there. Or was Elzen tagging along?
No, I think Elzin was probably back at the inn, but he doesn't know that.
Yeah.
So he's actually, I guess, just talking to Thaldarin and Elzin, neither of whom was there.
Ah, I was not I was not accompanying the group at the time.
I see. And he turns to Thaldarin and says, and you, do you know anything about this creature?
I mean, will I have been able to gather any potential based on the description of it?
You can give me a religion check. Um,
Oh, Molly,
so, right.
saving me again.
So information begins to flood your mind, suggesting that this was most likely a will-o'-the-wisp though there is a corner case in which one researcher has found that although will-o'-the-wisps are generally considered to be undead and the spirits of creatures, that there could be a tie to either the elemental plane of air or a para-elemental plane of lightning that infuses these spirits, but they are generally categorized as undead and will react as undead to, like attempts to turn them.
Right. Okay. Um, I'll just say, well, I mean, according to the research I have available and their description of it, I was not present, but I think it might have been a will-o'-the-wisp.
That was my initial conclusion as well, hearing the story. It fits at least with the general lore. I've never encountered one myself, but strange that there would be will-o'-the-wisps hovering around a tree. I suppose the proximity to the two old graveyards that are outside the church could help to explain the presence of undead in the area, but so far as I know, it's the first report of anyone coming out of the mist, and I hadn't necessarily expected there to be undead in there. There are reports of a flying creature that has sometimes emerged from the mist and that attacked several people near the inn in the village.
Oh yeah, we fought that thing, and then we beat it, and then it got all scared and ran away from us. And it went to the church, and we were that's one of the reasons we were going there was we could get that guy before he could come back and hurt other people, and then also look at the mist and see if we could stop that, and then that's when that all happened.
So you also fought the flying creature. What
Yeah,
can you tell me about that?
it was real ugly, and he didn't like that I got his back.
Again,
Do
I
you have
was
any
impressed with that.
It tries to stay out of sight. And it was dark. So it was tough to get a good look at it.
He looks at Pebble for a second, considering his next question, and then turns to the other two and says, did you have any sense of what type of creature it might be? Was it also undead?
I am not sure. But it's yeah, it seems that we perhaps we can help each other out. You are
Possibly.
dismissed. Yes, you seem to be studying it or researching it or at least gathering information about it.
It's not our primary focus, but it is an interesting phenomenon that seems to have arisen in recent days.
Do you are you aware of how far afield it has traveled?
We have rough understandings of the outlines of the areas where the mist is prone to appearing. We, I don't think there is a precise map as the clouds sometimes shift over time.
I see, but is there a general map?
I'm sure there's a general map of the Badlands. I don't know that anyone has plotted the exact location of the pockets of mist. They're usually plainly visible, at least every emanation of them we're aware of has been plainly visible. And so anyone needing to travel out into the Badlands, which I think is not generally recommended, they're easy enough to avoid. I suppose they could potentially form over. There are a few structures out in the Badlands, and they could potentially form directly over one of them, which would be unfortunate for whoever was inside. That said, I don't believe the mist to be poison per se. It is possible that with prolonged exposure they could be poisonous, but thus far, all of the reports I've had are that the mist itself doesn't impede breathing or cause adverse effects directly.
No, that has not been our experience either, going into it. But is it not an academic curiosity as to how it is spreading, or in which ways it forms and which ways it flows?
It is the exact origins of it are a point of study and discussion. though I don't think there have been any firm conclusions yet. Certainly, there is something about the manifest autonomous zones that we find fascinating, but the exact explanation for them eludes us at the moment.
What are the leading theories for the creation?
It's hard to say, although in some ways it does mimic certain phenomenon that people see in manifest zones. Hence, I've dubbed it a manifest autonomous zone or anomalous zone, depending on my mood. In
So
which case, it suggests it has an extra planar origin. But I am perhaps delving into areas of my research that I should not. My patron might not appreciate me sharing the research he is paying for, she is paying for.
I mean, it is very valuable to know
That is
is
certainly why Deleuze is funding all of my research. She hopes to be able to make a tidy sum. I hope to eliminate all war.
well, if you are doing research into understanding how these manifest autonomous zones form and why they form and when they form, uh, we may have aligned interests. We are also interested in understanding this phenomenon more.
Are you academics?
Mhm. Less academic, more
He,
go-getters.
when he says, "Are you academics?" He glances at Pebble.
It's academia is more of a secondary passion, but I do love a good book and I love learning and traveling the world. However, this mist is concerning.
So far as I know, the mist is harmless. I'm curious to see how long it persists.
Mist itself might be harmless. Certainly seems to harbor some dangerous individuals.
That is possible. Surely people have gone missing investigating the mist near the church, but apparently that mystery may be solved with the conclusion that there are undead roaming in the mist. The stories I've heard of the flying creature also make it sound at least potentially one of the undead, though it could be a monstrosity or aberration. Using, the Bakarian classification system, of course.
Of course, responds Elzen, never heard the Vicarian classification system.
So if I take it neither of you has been inside the mist, only your friend Pebble.
I mean,
Mm,
not this mist.
But you've been in other pockets of the mist?
That is correct.
we're no strangers to
Comms
it.
check. Can anybody hear me?
You can hear him.
Pebble, don't talk out loud. Just hop on one leg if you can hear me.
You're
You're
muted.
muted, Mike.
Pebble said, "Okay, I won't." And then when Lee says that, he begins hopping all over the place.
It's gonna knock something
So,
over.
so are you whispering your response?
Me? Pebble?
Yeah,
No.
yeah. So Abelard looks down briefly, but doesn't seem to be troubled by the fact that you're talking to yourself. I mean, he was
Oh,
talking to
well,
himself.
I put this in the chat. I don't know if you saw, but while him and Elzen were talking, Pebble got bored and started belly sliding all through the topiary, checking out all the different designs and just kind of darting back and forth
So I didn't see that. He probably would have been looking at you more often, although only in glances as you go sliding around. Do any of you know what species Pebble is?
He is a Bengal
Interesting.
from
And
far to the north.
yes, that would make some sense.
He is
Curious species that I've never encountered before or even heard of. It's
very.
always nice to run into new information that I haven't heard anything about before. I'll have to do more research at some point when I have free time.
Yes. Um, so if I was able to get a map of the Badlands, could you tell me generally where the mists form?
To some extent, I know some of the larger pockets of the mist in areas that people who have to travel the Badlands tend to avoid, but there are numerous small pockets that seem to form and dissipate all the time.
I am That is fair, but those wouldn't be mapped. Even understanding where the large buckets were and seeing them on paper would be helpful.
So you see a fairly rotund half-elven man come strolling into the garden and walks up. It doesn't appear to be anybody who's particularly wealthy given the clothing, but he stands silently as you have this conversation with Abelard. And Abelard pauses and says, Excuse me for a moment, and walks over. And this messenger, as it turns out, whispers something to him. You could all give me a perception check.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
So So, Elzin, you hear him say that the airship is going to be leaving within the hour. And Abelard turns to you and says, You'll have to forgive me. I'm going to have to cut our conversation short, though I would like an opportunity to pick at least Pebble's brain again to learn more about what happened at the church if you're still here when I get back. Unfortunately, I will probably be gone for at least 12 hours, which obviously will have to will at least be very likely to force us to postpone our reunion. Can you return tomorrow so we can discuss this further?
Difficult to say.
We may have business that takes us away.
Very well. I completely understand. If we can coordinate our schedules again, it would be very helpful. If you'll excuse me. And he walks off with the messenger. A few minutes later, you hear like a distinct sound as a female dwarf begins to approach you. She almost certainly must be Deleuze de Kundarak. You see that there are 10 gold rings, one ring on each of her fingers. You also notice that her leg is artificial and so makes a distinct thud every time she puts it down. One leg seems to be perfectly normal. The other one is apparently a prosthetic made of stone. And
Stone of all things.
she comes into the garden looking directly at you. There's a small line of dwarven attendants behind her, and she's dictating orders to them about movements of mostly cargo and supplies and where they need to go and who needs them and who should be in charge of moving them. In fine detail, she is micromanaging small details about the running of the keep. And as she comes in, she like looks over at one of the topiary bushes and says, And get the gardener in here. This leaf is sticking out entirely too far. I want everything in here trimmed so that it's in perfect order. She looks over at you and says, Ah, hello. You must be Elzin de Galandra. I'm honored that you would visit this humble town and our new outpost. Can you tell me any details about the House Galandra's plans here.
Ah,
And then
yes,
she starts looking at Pebble zipping around the garden.
I apologize for my companion. He is very excited by your topiaries.
I suppose at least he's enjoying himself. But to business, I'm sure we all have other things we have to get to.
Right. We are simply looking at opening an inn. This is off the beaten path, but it seems that there is a fairly large market and not enough inns, not enough rooms, and that is an area that House Galandra is in a very good position to help alleviate. So it's a natural business opportunity as long as there is in research in this humble town. So there must be places for researchers and visitors and all of the minutia to stay.
Well, to some extent, the currently increased population will diminish once my guests depart. But I do agree with you that we could always use a more well appointed inn than the one that currently serves the local population, which I believe has only perhaps a dozen rooms, all small and poor in quality. Other than that, I believe we've been putting people up with the local population. My understanding is you were staying with the tailor last night.
It was humble lodging, but yes, that is correct.
Yes, I apologize. If I had known you were coming, I would have made better accommodations available to you than forcing you to stay with Kamaya the tailor. But you're here. It's no business of mine if House Galandra informs me of these things or not. I am delighted to hear that there could be an alternative in here. If you were to recommend this place for expansion, how long do you think it would take for them to break ground on a new inn? And do you have any sense of how many rooms you would be advising them to build?
Well, how many, what would be the ideal size inn? You know this town very well, you know its denizens and its comings and goings. How big do you think it should be?
Well, most of the people who would stay at an inn here would probably be the merchants, many of whom are sleeping in their tents now as there just simply hasn't been room for them. I wouldn't necessarily invite your average merchant to stay in the keep with us. Once our guests clear out, there will be a lot of room at the inn, but my understanding is that at any given point in time, there's with all of the increased operations in the area, 15 to 30 merchants and their various teamsters, drivers, and other associated personnel.
That sounds like a 30 to 50 room, 30 to 50 rooms would be in order to have it be comfortable.
Yes, that might make some sense. I don't necessarily know whether or not that number would fluctuate up or down over time.
Well, we can always sell off parts of the inn if we need to and turn it into other business ventures. We are no strangers to such things.
And how long does it typically take for House Galandra to break ground on a new inn?
This is a good question. Once we have financing in order, it's a relatively quick, in the order of months, a month or so, I would expect.
That is fast. Would you be bringing in your own crews or looking for local labor to help you build the inn?
Most the latter, if possible. It's a lot. The less we have to coordinate, the better. And
I get
you said you mentioned that you're expecting your crew, your guests to leave. Is that happening soon? Is the town going to be emptied in the near future?
I'll just show you pictures of these two so you could see them. That was Abelard the human and the dwarf. Although people refer to her as Lord de Kundarak, she seems to be more or less clearly female. Maybe it's the beard. Yes, I have many guests in town at the moment who will not be staying very long. All members of the various important houses, not all dragon marked houses, but various members of the Aurum, our little social club. And while they're here now and staying here in the keep, their business here will be concluded soon enough, within the week, I'm sure. At which point they'll return back and I'm sure send in their own reports on the work we're doing here, mining dragon shards.
Ah,
I'm hoping to convince them to invest in our little operation.
dragon shards are a big business.
Well, now that we found new caches of dragon shards, I should say to because you weren't here, Dustin, that Kukashia said that she doesn't think they're mining dragon shards here because they are on the incoming shipments. She's found that they're importing dragon shards, like whole crates of them. And so, and that her reports are that the miners are saying that, they go out and they dig, but they haven't found anything.
I see.
So she thinks that that is a cover story of some sort, but you weren't here for that.
Okay. Well, dragon shards are a lucrative business.
And overall important for enchantments of various kinds. So we are hoping to be able to start a new and steady supply of at least kyber crystals.
How did you find them?
By the way, do you have your rod out?
Uh,
Personal.
Usually.
That is just how Elzen rolls.
yeah. There's a there's a fish in his trousers. Uh, that's a good question. I don't think he would have it out. I think he would have it like kind of hidden in like his in the earth because he can summon it whenever.
Okay. So I was just figuring out if the Kundarak would notice you're holding a rod of Kyber Dragon Shard. But yes, we believe the business here could be extremely lucrative. Tell me, would House Galandra be interested in investing in such an operation?
Well, it seems that all the other houses have been invited except Galandra. So it seems like our this invitation may be late in coming.
I wouldn't say all of the houses have been invited. Not even all of the Dragon Shard houses are represented here. Kenneth is here. More obviously, Lita Kenneth, but one of the relatively more influential members of House Cannith came in on the airship.
Uh,
But Tharashk and others we didn't necessarily think would be interested in this opportunity. Mostly it's members of royal and noble houses and extremely wealthy houses, not dragon marked. So it was not necessarily meant to slight House Galandra at all. We just didn't necessarily think that the House of Hospitality would be all that interested in operating a mine. And we already have barracks for our miners.
nah, you're
But it would be good to shore up the supplies locally. Obviously, House Galandra probably could greatly clean up the supply trains that come here now, in addition to being able to supply
I mean,
housing for people.
we certainly could. I mean, uh, it seems the town is being blood dry. There's not enough for anybody to really make it through. So then that's something make it here. And that's something that we could at least help alleviate a bit.
So, do you think you'll make a positive report back to House Galandra then?
Uh, I think there are some positive aspects. I mean, I'm in favor of opening up an inn. I hope to see what other members of my house have to say.
Well, that's excellent news. I'm very glad that you've come out here then. Anything we could do to support the local infrastructure will be a great boon to our operation here, I'm sure.
I've got one thing that does have me concerned is uh, that does have me concerned about this adventure, if I may be completely honest, is this mist. It is taken over the church in town. I hear reports that it is 30 miles out. If we're going to make a long-term investment, I need to know that it will be a safe investment. So I was wondering if you or any of your researchers would be able to provide a map of where the mist has spread, where it is coming from, and as much detail as you're able to write down. That would be
Uh,
helpful for understanding just how safe an investment in this town would be.
well, we think it's a short-lived weather phenomenon. It's probably rising as a result of uh, just the falling of the ash suggests that there's some sort of windstorm in the area. We think it's a byproduct of the kyber crystals in the ground. They slowly seep out this gas, and then more recently, as the air pressure around here has fallen and this damnable ash has begun to fall from the sky, it's leaching the gas out of the ground. It's, as I understand it, completely harmless. Our people have breathed it in. It doesn't seem to be poisonous, although it does look to be a frighteningly poisonous vapor.
Is that but the in that and the reports of creatures that are coming out of it that has me
Well,
worried.
there are creatures that live in the hills all around here. It is not necessarily the safest area, which is why the location of a safe inn within the palisades of the town would be very much welcome.
Well, short-lived weather phenomenon or no. I appreciate that that House Kundurak, Lord Kundurak, that I appreciate the level of risk you're willing to take with your investments, but understand that ours is different, and I need some firmer guarantees. So if there are mappings, if there is some more kind of weather phenomena we can gather about this to make an informed decision, that would certainly help me sell this back home.
Well, if we had more information about the mist, I would love to share it with you. Unfortunately, it's not really been a great concern of ours once we determined it wasn't poison.
Ah, I see.
I just sent you a message.
I might chime in and say, I mean, I'm not very familiar with the how mining of dragon shards works out. Does it always create green mist?
No, but mining gas tends to accumulate, and so there are plenty of times mines have to be evacuated because gas will begin to accumulate in one portion or another.
Mhm. And it's released and seeped out through the ground?
That is unusual, but like I said, this dust storm is also unusual, and the Black Pit itself is an unusual geological formation. So I suspect it has been building up these subterranean gases for some period of time, and some local shock has caused it to be released all at once. We expect it will dissipate on its own over time, possibly once the weather changes. I hope it doesn't last all winter, but hard to say when the weather will really turn around again. Surely by spring, the sun will be shining once more.
Mm. What's the weather like? Has it been very windy?
Not per se. It's been overcast the entire time you've been here, so not much sunlight. Uh,
Mm.
but there's been occasional little bits of wind, but usually the air is pretty still. Let me just send this and get it out of the way. So I wish I could answer your questions in greater detail about the mist, but unfortunately, it's just a transient phenomenon. Sometimes pockets of gas will appear in Sharn too, it being tied as it is to the elemental plane of air through its manifest zone. We expected something similar.
Ah,
I
well,
wouldn't be surprised if you were able to stay for a week or two if the mists around the church and the surrounding area all vanish. Best reports I've heard are that we don't expect the cloud of ash to last much more than a few more days.
is there a connection between this cloud of ash and the mist?
Like I said, I think something about the air pressure has caused this ash to be raised up into the air from the middle of the Badlands and it's showering it down upon us. And because there's low pressure, I think that has caused some of the gases from underground, which are generally under pressure, to seep up through small gaps in the rock.
Ah, right, right. Well, you have given me much to think about. Um, like I said, if you had some reports, map, anything you could provide on the mist that would to ensure safety in our investment, that would help me sell this back home. Without it, I think it would be tough.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I will check with my staff to see if there is anyone with more information on the mist and how long it will last, though I'm not privy to it at the moment. Are you going to continue staying with the tailor? I am trying to find you better accommodations, but given that your visit was unexpected, I am not sure how long that will take.
I may have business that takes me away fairly soon.
Well, I will see what I can find and send a runner over to Kamaya's house if I do find anything.
It is most appreciated.
Can I insight check her? See
Uh,
if she's holding some shit back. I mean, I'm positive she's holding shit back, but
you can
uh,
insight check her. Yeah,
nope.
she seems like she's 100% above board, apparently. Well, I will let you get back to your evaluation. I have other work to do. And she turns back to her associates who are hovering about 30 feet away and says, now tell me, how many sausages are left in pounds, please? And one of them takes out a piece of paper and begins to list all of the contents of the kitchens. And she starts to walk away, step thud, step, thud, step, thud.
A dwarven Zord.
Once she's out of earshot, Elzen would. Is Pebble still flying around? Or sliding around, rather?
Uh, no, now he's jumping around.
Jump, jump, jump around. uh, Elzen turns to Thuldurin and says, "Well, that could have been worse, but you didn't learn a whole lot."
Yeah, she certainly didn't say very much.
You know, she was trying not to. She definitely was not being forthright. I don't know if you could tell, but she was holding a lot back,
Yeah,
as we
I
would expect.
I
Which
assumed so. I just couldn't tell.
not surprising. Well, I think we should probably make our way out, unless we could find Lita before we depart.
Is there anybody around, like attendants or something?
There are attendants in the passageways around the garden. They don't seem to be entering the garden.
Maybe we can ask someone.
There's tons of people in attendance.
I mean, I think it could be at least the last, good to talk with her and speak with her on our way out, since yeah, no, you did not speak with her coming in, but she was our first contact here. It would be a point of order to say goodbye and see what else has transpired since she has joined. She may be a more willing to tell anything than Lord Kundurak or the Kundurak.
Well, I
So you
haven't been here very long.
ask one of the attendants, and they go off to find Lita. They say she is in the keep at the moment. And about 10 minutes later, she comes out. Lee, at about this point in time, you see the dwarves sort of hovering outside the palisades. They don't seem like they're going in. They seem like they're waiting and coughing up dust as they stand there.
Hmm. The dwarves have returned. They're outside the palisades.
Are they waiting?
They may be waiting for someone.
I asked them to wait. Buy us some time.
Okay.
We're gonna try and beat Lito right quick. How long have we been here?
Like about 30 minutes.
Sweet. If it's really them, then I asked them to wait for 2 hours, so we're good.
If they decide to wait the full 2 hours.
We should definitely hurry.
But Lita comes up and says, "My friends, it's good to see you again.
Ah, Lita,
I see you eventually got inside the keep."
yes, it took a while, but we made it.
Big name gets you in a lot of places.
I suppose that makes sense. House Galandra. There are other major houses here at the moment.
Ah, yes, we met the fellow, some other Kenneth. Uh, who else? What other houses have you run into?
And she begins to list off a bunch of houses. They're mostly nobles. Uh, like actually de Kunderak said, it's nobles and wealthy, mostly merchant houses, but they are prominent families from around the continent, or at least from around uh, the former five, now four kingdoms that were Galifar.
Gotcha. Ah, yes. The quite a stunning array of concentrated wealth.
And she leans in and sort of whispers, I think they're all Aurum members. All of them are wearing rings. At least I've seen gold, silver, and copper.
Did the people with the timekeepers, didn't they mention that the Aurum were suspected to have something to do with the mist?
Yes, that's part of why you were here, that there was a big meeting of Aurum members and that there were reports of something that sounded like the bite.
And there was something that had become here that had come to be known as the Knight of Knives.
Right? We aren't necessarily meant to try and stop it, but
And you're aware that the Night of Knives, the date for that is tomorrow. Tomorrow will be Aerith the First.
hmm. Hmm.
As you're talking to Lita, you begin to hear a very loud hum and rasping sound that you would all recognize as the engines on the airship beginning to power up.
Uh, in the loud noise or the loud kind of background sound that's coming up, like, Lita, what have you learned about your research since you started? I know it's only been a day, but have you learned any more about what you're looking into and what your purpose is?
Well, I'm not supposed to talk about it, but so far, this is my first formal day doing any work. They seem to be mostly interested in figuring out the latent energy potential within Kyber Dragon shards.
I see. It would make sense that they're bringing so many here.
Well, I don't necessarily know how that will help them mine dragon shards, but certainly it will be potentially useful in figuring out a price for them. Essentially, they want a way to quantify by scanning a crystal exactly how much energy is in one, which is an interesting challenge because every crystal is slightly unique and it will depend on the crystal how much of a charge, for lack of a better word, is in one. It's actually rather surprising when you start to do the math. Each crystal really does hold a vast amount of energy.
Do you think it matters if they aren't mining them here but importing them?
Why would they do that? I mean, this place used to be known for its dragon shard mines, so if they found another vein of them, do you think they're not mining the crystals?
Somebody does.
Why would they have such a an elaborate and expensive operation in a, forgive my language, but a shithole village like Black Pit that's in the middle of nowhere and out of the way?
Well,
They could just do it in Cragwar. That's where Lord de Kunderak is originally seated and where most of her family is.
I think there's a saying, don't shit where you eat.
Lita, I like you, and I don't to saying this while the airship is still going.
So I misspoke slightly. You could tell it's a loud noise because you're gathering it's from the airship. So it's not like distractingly loud where you are, but it has to pass through many stone walls to get to you. So you're sure it must be like deafeningly loud if you were on the deck of the airship at this moment.
Oh, okay. I don't I don't think that I don't get the sense that people are being honest around here. I don't or that at least I don't know if the stories that are told, I think there's some deceit going on. And each researcher is looking at a small slice, not allowed to communicate with the others. And that is for a reason. And that reason should be one that concerns everybody.
Well, I'm sure you're correct. I mean, one of the things I have heard is, and I don't know if I should be sharing this, that there is ultimately whatever work they intend to do with the dragon shards, that they believe it has the potential to stop future wars. I don't know enough about the work to know how that would be, but Abelard is quite passionate about it. Abelard is also a weird sort. He talks to himself constantly, sometimes in a full-throated voice, sometimes in muttered whispers. He has some sort of crystal embedded in his chest. I think he talks to it.
I did see it.
But there's no denying he is truly brilliant. By the way, one of the things you would have noticed when you spoke to Abelard is whatever happened with those other time agents you met on the train, you did not experience that. Because I forget who, but somebody said that Abelard might be a time traveler himself.
Mm.
But if he is, he didn't trigger that experience that you had with the other time travelers you ran into.
Um, Damn it! I had a thought and I lost it.
So I agree with you. There are definitely, they don't want us sharing our research even with each other. And there are definitely things that are being hidden from us here. But I don't know that the motives are much worse than Dekundarak's desire to make a boatload of money. She is looking to rise up, as I understand it, and join the Platinum Concord.
I mean,
Has Elzen heard of the Platinum Concord?
You would know enough about the Aurum to know that there's basically like every metal has its own. Like she was wearing gold rings. That means she is a member of the Gold Concord of the Aurum.
Oh, I see. Yeah. The pure metal Concord.
Right.
To a degree, this is so frustrating to me because as a dumb character, I have no ability to interact with this, but as somebody that is so much knowledge on Eberron, there's so much to respond to.
But instead, it's just wee.
Oh.
We're
and I
all
don't, and I don't know
the
shit.
prisoner in his own mind.
Yeah.
Inside Pebble is like a brilliant scientist. If only he could just slide right out of
Yeah, that's his tumor.
Oh, if only Pebble could find a headband of intellect.
Let him borrow Mully. Maybe. Except I think that Mully might lead him astray.
I think any attempt to make Pebble smarter would just end up like Charlie when he was in that drug trial, to make him smarter.
Yeah, stupid science bitch couldn't even make my friend more smarter.
I was thinking it's flowers for Algernon.
Yeah,
But
that was my first thought.
Yeah, that's the episode of that is actually based on that story. Uh,
It's the effect of it is the placebo effect, right?
yeah. See,
So
I just
Lita,
learned that I have two ears.
why have I been using them one at a time? Oh, yeah. Can listen to two things at once.
but Lita looks at you and says, "I don't think there's anything nefarious going on other than greed."
Well, maybe for Dekundarak. What if there's another figure, another source of all this going on, a sort of puppet master?
What would they be trying to accomplish other than mining dragon shards or whatever it is they're doing here? They're clearly doing a lot of research into dragon shards. That's why
Well,
I'm here. Granted, they're doing a lot of research I don't understand to the limited extent I've heard whispers about it. A lot of it could, I suppose, be put towards, well, not all of it, but some of it could be put towards finding new ways to use dragon shards.
I mean, as far as I know, there's only one way to end all wars.
Diplomacy?
Now,
no,
no, let's not be naive.
Some sort of one world government?
he means
No,
the only
it's
way
a little
to
more of a final solution.
he means the only way to end all wars is to kill everyone.
Well, that would seem to be counterproductive if your goal is to enter the elite circles of a wealthy organization.
I mean,
Unless
if she doesn't know what's happening,
unless you have a way to
she's a patsy
get to a safe house, to get to a safe place.
or that. Wealth
But we
wouldn't mean it
all,
very much then.
but we all live here. Why would anyone want to kill everyone in the world to prevent wars? If you talk to Abelard, as I have, I think you'll find he's actually quite passionate about the desire to end conflicts.
Hmm.
While he's a strange man, I think he is fundamentally a good one.
That may be, but
The path to hell is paved with good intentions.
if you can, you should. If you, we have to get going, and we wanted to at least see you before we headed out, left town. But you should, if you take my advice, go out in the field tomorrow. Take a day trip away.
I suppose I could do that. They
Get
are
out there early.
asking they are asking for researchers to help accompany the patrols and survey these patches of mist. They seem quite interested in them, though I don't know why. It's not really my field of expertise, but I don't get the sense it's anyone's field of expertise. I could join one of the patrols.
That would be good.
So I guess this is goodbye then.
It was a pleasure making your acquaintance.
Never forever.
She kneels down and hugs Elzin. She doesn't hug Thaldrin because she doesn't really know Thaldrin.
At that point, Pebble slides up and is like, "Oh, hey, Leah, how you doing?
I didn't see you there. I wouldn't say hi before, but I was playing over with those bushes that look all weird.
I saw. So it seems as though you're leaving me, Pebble,
We
to
are?
go to go off with Elzin.
Oh,
Are you traveling back to Fort Light?
I don't know.
She looks to Elzin.
That is the case. Our business takes us away south.
And she extends her arms to hug Pebble.
And Pebble hugs her back very tightly.
You're still a chilly fellow, but I'm glad we became friends.
Me too. Hey, wait a minute, Elsie, why are we leaving? We still gotta check out that green mist and figure out how to stop it.
I mean, we are leaving town. We have other business.
Yeah, but the green mist is here in the town.
Yeah, we'll let's talk about it outside.
Why don't we
If
talk
you
about it now? We're talking about it right now. That why I thought we were supposed to come here and stop the mist. Isn't that what we're here for?
That is why we're here. But we aren't going to do it inside this keep.
if you can find out more things about the mist, no one would be more interested than Abelard. He seems to be quite fascinated by it.
Oh,
Yes,
Abby! Yeah, I talked to Abby. He's a pretty cool guy. What's that weird rock that he got though? He's purple and so cool. Right? I mean, it's so warm.
Yes, I've seen that too.
It's pretty. I showed him my rock too. Do you want to see my rock?
And he pulls out the his ice rock.
And she inspects it and says, "That is a very nice rock. Are you sure it's not ice?"
I don't know, but it doesn't melt.
Well, then it's probably not ice. But that
But
is
it's so cool.
a very interesting rock. You're very lucky.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
And so she looks at you all and says, "Well, safe journeys. If you find anything about the green mist and want to tell me, I will be here. I'll take your advice and be out of here tomorrow. I know that it has something to do with these manifest analogous zones or whatever they're being called. So possibly tied in some way to the other planes.
what they've heard. But that is just a theory and is not yet proven. But we will see. We will see see if there's any truth to it.
At least one of the researchers here who was from Sire before obviously the morning happened said that the mist reminds him of the mist in the morning, although slightly differently colored. Which raises the possibility, if it is indeed tied to manifest zones, perhaps that has something to do with what happened in Sire.
I would hate
It
for
could,
this mist to become another version of the morning.
well, the morning was obviously a calamitous event. This hasn't seemed to have directly killed anyone. All of Sire died in the morning.
I mean, not yet.
Now, the calamity in Sire also didn't give any warning. There were no little bursts of pockets of gas there. So I'm sure you should investigate, of course, because everything deserves to be answered. Everything deserves some level of investigation and understanding. But I imagine you're probably worrying over nothing. Ultimately, this may be an opportunity, although we don't understand it well enough yet to know how.
No, no, no. It's gonna get way worse. That's why we're here to stop it.
I'm sure either you'll find a solution or possibly Abelard will.
I hope so. Otherwise, things are gonna get real bad.
As long as it's not the final solution.
We will see. Well, safe journeys.
To you as well.
Bye bye.
She
Take care.
hugs Pebble again and shivers a little bit. And then waves as you wander out of the keep.
Yeah, we'll head to where Lee's camped out.
That's a nice lady.
She's very nice.
I go to Elzen as we approach the gate, and I'm like, hey, can I borrow 5 gold?
He just looks sure, and he gives it to.
I think there will be some people outside who are expecting a little bit of money, a little bit of compensation.
So
Yeah.
yeah, you see not far outside the palisade, there are uh, two of the four dwarves. One of them coughs up like a big gob of sputum, black with the ash that he's been breathing in for the past half an hour or so. And they look over and see you coming, and both immediately turn and start running on their little short dwarf legs in the opposite direction.
What? Thought you were. Mm.
So, and you can see it's the two that were in the
You're
boat.
muted, Pebble.
Hey, wait, I know the guys.
Be careful. Don't chase them. Keep an eye out just in case they're trying to lay an ambush on for us.
Why are they running though? We saved their lives.
We also assaulted them, but it's fine.
Yeah, but then we saved them.
We'll see what happens.
So they vanish, and you meet up with Lee.
How goes
Well,
it, Lee?
Anything interesting happen out here?
Not particularly.
Lee,
All
I have
kinds of
a
conversations going on inside.
we we are faced with a choice. Tomorrow is the night of long knives, at least according to what we know.
Actually, by the time you get to Lee, you would hear the sound of the airship, its engines now at a lower hum, flying off. You could see vaguely through the dust the ring of fire around the airship glowing as it moves towards the southwest, I mean.
I think I might try and like keep a bead on that for as long as I can. For
So you can
however long we'll watch.
hear it longer than you can see it, because the glow begins to fade through all of the dust flying around in the air. But the
Right.
sound lingers for a bit more. So you could hear it for at least another half an hour.
Forgot about the fucking dust. All right.
Tomorrow is the night of long lives. We
What's that?
The reason we were sent here was to investigate it,
Oh,
determine its source if possible.
how do we know it's going to happen now? Like here,
Because we know
Oh,
the day
that's
that it happens.
we do.
it is tomorrow.
Oh,
And whatever it is bad enough to be how far back in time do we travel?
More than 2 centuries.
It is bad enough to be known 200 years from now.
Oh, okay.
So the question is, do we want to stick around? Do we want to actually stick around to see it? Or
Well, I suppose.
how far away should we be?
Maybe
What? What is it? I mean, it doesn't sound pretty. It sounds like a bunch of knives are gonna be all over the place.
how about we go pay a visit to the hermit? That might potentially shed a little more light on things.
Did we meet the hermit already?
We did not.
Who's the hermit?
Lives a few
Uh,
miles outside town.
yes, Volanda recommended talking to the hermit that he may have some information. Well, actually, Pebble, you might like him.
Oh,
You two may get along very well.
that sounds awesome.
I don't know. If he's a hermit, he might not like how bubbly. Well, I mean, we'll see, I guess. No touching without permission. He might have personal space issues, right?
I don't know what that means.
Of course you don't.
Uh, it just means you have to ask him and get his permission before you give him a hug.
Oh, okay. There are some people like that in my tribe. They really liked hugs, but they just wanted to know when they were coming first. They had some things happen that they didn't do surprises very well.
Hmm. Well, this guy is a hermit who lives miles from town, so suffice to say, he probably has his own problems.
Okay, let's go make friends.
Let's go make friends.
So yeah, we'd start. We, I mean, we should take our supplies.
I
Yes.
think so. I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm bit sticky.
So yeah, load up, grab our cart, our horses, all the stuff we need, and start heading out of town. Into the southwest in the direction that Volanda described.
So you make your way to the southwest. You're traveling for about 2 hours when you see the ring of hills she described. It's not that much, not that dissimilar to the ring of hills around Black Pit in that it seems fairly steep. From the initial side you approach it, you don't see a sort of entrance to the interior, but walking around, you could see that on the far side of it, from the direction you traveled, there is a low point in the hills, a gap that leads in. And you could see the inside is much more sheer than the outside, where there is a slope up. But the inside would pose a bit of a challenge to climb up or down as you begin to go into the ring. It's also notably smaller than the ring around Black Pit. But as you make your way around and can peer inside, you do see there is a small, somewhat shabby looking wooden hut in the center. You haven't seen many trees, so you're not sure where all the wood came from to build it, but it's there nonetheless, and it appears as though it's not being repaired regularly. You also see a sign in Common and Elvish, both of which read, "If I don't know you, stay out or be shot."
Well,
But Pebble can't read, so Pebble doesn't know that.
it's like me, Elzen, and Lee stop and look to try and start discussing it, and Pebble just keeps walking.
In fact, when he sees the place, he might start belly sliding.
Anyway. I'm not super concerned because Pebble is not gonna hold being shot at against somebody. I think.
Nope.
Well, maybe we'll let him break the ice. Huh?
He is a good icebreaker and a good ice maker.
Yeah. Incredible. He's a walking icebreaker.
So
Honestly, just
as
on
Pebble
purpose.
goes sliding in, when you get within 120 feet, you see there is a ray of flame shoots from one of the windows of the little wooden shack. Clearly, there's no glass in there because
Nope.
the window otherwise just appears to be shuttered. But the shutter opens a bit. An ray of flame shoots out and lands just about 15 feet in front of Pebble. And you hear a voice saying, "That's far enough. I don't know you, whatever you are. If you're intelligent, you should turn around now."
You know me, but that's just because we just don't know you.
He's not intelligent, so he's not going to turn around.
We're just friends you haven't met yet.
So where are the other ones? She can see Pebble. Are you all in plain
I
sight?
imagine we are still by the sign, just like just watching Pebble
Yeah,
with our
I
cards.
probably. I mean, I imagine visible to the house, right? Because if we could see it, but then like standing, just like off, and the pebble goes off.
Um, Also, I'll take the dodge action as I continue to belly slide forward.
She says, "I said stop."
And I just want to say hi.
So she's going to take a shot at disadvantage.
Yes, I was hoping that would happen. Uh, so, and it's fire.
It's fire.
He's
So
on
I got
fire.
this and this.
So this isn't a ranged weapon attack, it's a ranged spell attack.
Right, but I can deflect fire.
Oh, okay.
So it's
Okay.
and because I'm taking the dodge action, uh where is it? Yeah, if I'm dodging, I can do this reaction once per turn. So it's D what is it? D10 plus dexterity plus monk level. So D10 plus 7.
The dodging to do it more than once is crazy. That should be a higher level ability.
So I guess the question is whether you want to shoot it back at her.
No, I'm not gonna shoot it back at her. But I am gonna do it like all fancy. So I will like do one of those flip turns uh from my belly out of my feet, and then as the fire comes, I'll kind of go like this and then turn around and then redirect it over there.
That was fun.
I was like, there's got to be a noise involved here, right?
Ah, God damn it, dog.
Deflect my dog.
So I'll say she shoots another one, and you deflect that as well.
And
But then she
can I
gives
actually
up.
make a performance check to see how badass I look when I'm doing it?
Sure. Almost makes it more impressive that it's a clumsy effort, but you deflect it away.
He falls on his face every time, like right afterwards.
So you see an elven woman, not especially old, even for an elf. She's an adult, but maybe not by that much. You see she appears in the doorway, and now she's carrying a hammer that she's sort of beating into her hand as you get closer.
You're
You're
muted.
muted.
Hi, I'm Pebble. What's your name?
I'm gonna like indicate to Elzen and Lee that I'm gonna start walking that direction. But I'm walking like slowly, like not as non-hostile a fashion as possible.
Why are you here?
I don't know. My friend said we should come here to talk to you, and it sounded like a good idea because then we could be friends. And I always like to make friends, and having friends is fun. And it sounded like maybe you could have a friend because it sounded like maybe you're out here all by yourself, and maybe you don't like that. And so I thought this would be a good chance for you to maybe make a friend too.
I don't have many friends, and strangers are just trespassers you haven't met yet.
Or friends you just haven't met yet. Could be either.
Or it could just be the first one.
I bet if you let me give you a hug, then things will be okay because you'll see the power of a hug.
I bet if you gave me a hug, I could pound you on the head with this hammer.
I bet you could, but I bet you won't.
So, are you going to try to hug her?
Uh, only if she seems like she is open to it.
Make me a
And I
persuasion check.
okay.
She lowers the hammer, resigned to the fact that she's not going to convince you to walk away.
Can't beat sense into Pebble. Doesn't work.
And Pebble
For
will
all she knows, that's how he got this way.
Some people are just immune to sense, you know.
he opens his arms out wide and waddles over and hugs her, giving her the biggest, warmest, nicest, coldest hug that he can.
So she initially doesn't reciprocate, but eventually she like takes one arm around and pats you on the back.
See? Wasn't that nice?
That was cold.
Yeah,
Did you
I'm
ask
sorry.
for-
I got ice on my chest. It's a curse. It's a whole thing.
Did
So
you ask her for
why
permission to hug?
I did. And she said, okay.
so why is it that you're out here speaking to me? How did you even find me?
Uh, we were told about you from someone in town.
That apparently is my bad that I told someone in town how to find me. I assume it was Valanda.
I forget. Is that right?
It was Yolanda.
Yeah.
Bitch.
Well,
Well, you're
we're
here and dust is getting into my house, so I guess you should come inside.
it's like motion to the other two.
And I'll follow.
Regardless of the state of the house,
Yeah.
Pebble looks around and says,
Oh, this is a nice looking place.
Thank you. I don't have many visitors because I have my sign saying not to come near.
Oh, is that what that said? I can't read.
So, what is your business?
We were looking into the mist a bit.
I know about the mist. What did you want to know about it? Seems as though there are things that can appear inside the mist.
Yeah, the monsters, we know about that. That's why you're here. We want to stop it before it gets worse.
Well, so far it doesn't, thank the gods, seem like it's getting worse.
It will get worse. Um, you can whether or not you believe it, it will. And we are interested in seeking its source. Valanda mentioned that you you said something along the lines of seeing it coming or seeing it appear. And we were curious your perspective.
Well, I'll tell you what I saw. What I saw was the sky opened up and there was a flash of light so bright that I couldn't see for about an hour afterwards. And when it was done, there was nothing but this ash and dust in the air. Then, about 2 days later, the first pocket of mist formed. Small, little thing, not particularly harmful, but they started to get bigger. For about 2 days, they continued to get bigger. At this point, it seems as though they're fading away, being dispersed into the air slowly, so that the smallest of them, I don't think are there anymore, but the bigger ones, they're still here. They don't seem to be moving, which is odd. You would expect a cloud to just drift, and I haven't really seen that so much.
Yeah,
But they are
I'm
getting
wondering why nobody
smaller.
else noticed that.
Can't say. Don't
Can't
talk to
be a
anyone else.
cloud. Clouds are fluffy. This stuff isn't fluffy. It's sharp. It's sharp because there's clouds in there from the monsters.
But it looks like a cloud. So far as I can tell, it's appeared in the air where it was. But that was after the flash, and the flash was the strangest thing I'd ever seen.
You say the sky opened. You say the sky opened up, and then there was a flash. When you say it opened up, were there two clouds that opened up, or did it look like there was, you know, a portal or some sort of
Rend in reality.
bend in reality?
There was an enormous explosion, and the clouds above seemed to part, and you could see stars through it for half a second before there was a flash in the sky right below where the stars were shining through. Then I couldn't see shit. I don't know if it was a portal or what it was, but I know that I was, I don't know, 2, 3 miles away and I couldn't see for a while. I
Where
ventured
was
into
this?
the area. It was about 20 miles west of here, right on the edge of the pit itself.
Hmm.
So I ventured in when I could see again and the spots cleared from my eyes. Everything in there, all the brush and everything else appeared as though it had been a lot of it ripped out of the ground and blown away. There was an enormous crater in the ground right below where it happened. Like I said, no mist at that point in time, though, just dust and ash. And the dust and ash has been falling ever since.
Is that crater still there?
I'd be surprised if it weren't.
20 miles, that's what, a day? Day's travel?
Yes.
Hmm.
Do you happen the let's see. I always call it Lord Kundarak. Lord Kundarak. There are from town. There are patrols that are heading out into the Badlands. Have you seen where they're going? Are they going to this place 20 miles away?
So not from town. There's a little building they built out in the wastelands that has its own garrison, I guess you'd say, of troops. I don't know how many, maybe no more than half a dozen, but they also send out patrols. As near as I could tell, they just wander around the Badlands. But the building I'm thinking of is near enough to this crater that I'm sure they've sent people in that direction. I don't think they have a destination. I think they are surveying. But I can tell you this, that the sky opening up happened right after the first time I ever heard an airship pass overhead in my life. You could see it for miles as it flew through the air, and it was somewhere in the vicinity when the explosion happened. Obviously, it didn't get caught in it because it flew out again. And then just now I heard it again, flying overhead like they own the place.
Probably because they think they do.
Hmm.
Well, as long as they don't bother me here, I guess I can't complain about people flying over. But I would like this dust to go away, and I suspect that it's the explosion that they caused that caused it.
Well, we certainly have reason to believe something will be happening tomorrow. Hmm? Now that they've left.
I mean,
That
got plenty of hours until tomorrow. I don't know if the airship, last time the airship came out and flew right back.
Well, he said he was going to return in 12 hours.
I don't know who you're talking about or when that was said.
Oh yeah, Abby said that. Abby said he would come back in about, well, I guess the number you said, that number of hours. Is that a lot of hours?
I I am
Half a
sorry.
day.
We are being rude. Uh, and referring to conversations you haven't been a part of. I apologize. This
She
is not.
begins like as you're talking, she like starts to look around and begins like swinging at something in the air with her hands, but you can't see what.
Oh no, it's back. The thing that killed Bailey.
Where?
Is everything okay, ma'am?
Came out here to live by myself to get away from strangers and pixies. Can't avoid them.
Is that what that thing is that killed Bailey? Is that what you're swinging at?
I'm swinging at pixies. They're invisible little fucks. Hang in the air, bother me.
When you can't see them, do they look like blue light?
No, they look like little tiny fuckwad elves
Oh, okay, so
with
maybe they're not
wings.
the same thing that killed Bailey.
When did you start seeing pixies?
In my youth, I went to Thalanis briefly, and the pixies took too much of a liking to me and have been hounding me ever since. Occasionally, they turn me into things, small animals, make me dumb and run through the Badlands. Then I have to figure out where I am and find my way back.
That sounds like a lot of fun. You get to just go running around. You get to be cool animals.
Make
Get
me
to,
another persuasion check.
all right. Just because it's funny, I'm going to use an action point.
Of course we are.
Hmm.
So she looks at you with 13. She looks at you and you can see in her eyes she wants to like grab you and scream this at you, but instead she just says through gritted teeth, "It is not fun to be turned against your will into an animal or a plant and either rooted to the ground or forced to run through the wasteland with no food or water and no sense of where you are when you change back. The only to hear the pixies laughing at you when you get home."
I'm real sorry. I didn't mean to make you upset. That doesn't sound fun when you say it like that. And I'm sorry that's happening to you.
People say I'm making it up, like I'm crazy, but you can hear them if you're real quiet. You can hear them flying around. The pixies are everywhere.
I believe.
Can Pebble hear them?
Uh, you can't hear anything.
Thaldrin will just go like, just sort of like look around and just like snatch at the air.
I don't know nowhere near that. I don't know what you were swinging at.
I don't know where they are. I just figured I'd test my luck. Can I roll a D100? Maybe I get one.
You could roll a D100.
Yeah, like on 100, I catch one or something.
Oh my
Yeah, I
God.
mean, you also don't hear anything, but who
I know.
knows? Pixies can turn invisible.
Exactly.
So you can roll a D100 as you snatch in the air.
All right, sweet. Yeah. Nope. All right.
So I don't know what else I can tell you about the mists in the air. Not much more than I can about the dust.
That is, you have you've been you've been so very helpful.
I can tell you, you don't want to rest around here because you'll have bad dreams unless you know how to protect yourself
Also from the Pixies.
from the bad dreams.
What is it, the same dream?
Not necessarily. Everybody has their own dreams. You have to have a very disciplined mind. Sometimes your thoughts can become real or sort of real for a couple of minutes.
That happened to us. Yeah, we were traveling, and then my dad was on the horse that I was riding, and it's weird because he died. And so we had a conversation, and it was still nice to see him, but he seemed really disappointed in me. And it was really upsetting.
If you can protect yourself from evil, it will prevent that.
How do you protect yourself from evil?
There's a specific ritual I know that can allow me some protection against that sort of problem.
Well, that's pretty cool. Did that protect you from the pixies?
It doesn't work against the pixies, unfortunately.
That's too bad. I'm sorry to hear that. How long have you been dealing with the pixies?
For 220 years, I've been plagued by these damn pixies.
Wow, that's a lot of years.
Probably will go the rest of my life having to deal with them.
What if you just like ask them to stop and say, hey, why don't we be friends instead?
Oh, in my youth, I used to beg them to stop, but still they come. And people would tell me that I was crazy and there were no pixies. But every day there'd be some new problem, some new prank they were pulling.
You know, I had a boy once when I was a little kid. He he liked to like pull my feathers and he used to make my like pee in my fish. It was not very fun. and it made me upset because I didn't get why he was doing that. He wasn't he was a Penguin, he was a Goliath. If he was a Penguin, he never would have done that because Penguins are all nice to each other. But anyways, my dad told me, oh, he's just doing that because he knows that you don't like it. If you just pretend that you do like it, he'll stop. And so he peed in my fish and I ate it and I was like, oh, this is the best fish ever. And then he was really like confused and then he just stopped doing it.
I don't know that I can take anything from that that would help me. I think if I enjoyed it, the pixies might just taunt me more.
Obviously,
Plus,
you need to pee
they've
on them.
already they've already heard your plan. They're here in the room with us right now. They're always lurking,
Oh,
invisible. And looking around, you can see there are a number of like burn marks on the interior of this cabin.
Smoke's in bed, probably.
you know what? Can you show me, like, point to where the pixies are?
I don't know exactly, but my hearing has gotten especially good so that I can try to catch them. Occasionally I get one, swat it from the sky and stomp on it.
What about like I mean, this isn't some sort of fake curse or something? Like, re- could you remove a curse somehow?
I mean, I don't have the sort of magic that could remove a curse.
Yeah, me neither.
Tell me where the pixies are. Tell me where you think they are.
Show me where the pixies touched you.
So she's quiet for a minute and listening attentively. And then she points to a spot that's almost in the southern southwestern corner of her house, but just a little bit out of the absolute corner. I think there's one right there.
And then uh Pebble will slowly turn as if he's being sneaky and go, "Now!" and immediately send a wave of rhyme fire throughout the area.
So, how big is the area? The house itself is only like 10 by 10. It's not, it's more of a shack than a house.
So I'm figuring that it's probably a combination of produce flame and uh uh control flames. So I can do a 5 foot cube.
So, okay. So, are you avoiding the walls?
Uh so I'm not, but with my control flames, I can ensure that it doesn't burn the walls.
Right.
And also, once again, because it's funny, I'm willing to use an action point to enhance the effect.
So I won't make you use an action point. You blast out with flame and she looks at you and says, "That was closer, a lot closer than your friend. But the pixies are fast."
Mm.
How did they react when I sent the fire over there?
Well, because they're invisible, I can't exactly see them, but they're fast. And it clearly flew out of the area because I think you would have gotten it otherwise.
Mm.
It is, you've been very help. You have been very helpful, and I would hate to take more of your time.
She's just staring at you at this point. She looks towards the door and then back at you.
Is there anything we can offer for your cooperation in that answering our questions?
Do you have anything to drink?
I'll let her take us. I let you have a swig of my water, I suppose.
Yeah, plenty of water. I want something to drink.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Ah, we do not. I
Uh,
mean, would you like some gold to purchase a drink?
When would I spend gold?
You have to get supplies at some point, right?
I'm mostly self-sufficient out here.
what do you live off of?
Is your cart like visible?
It would be by the sign, so presumably, yeah.
So she says it can always use wood.
We need the cart.
You know what? Wait, I think I got something.
And then Pebble takes off the crown and he says,
I got this crown at this really cool place where there was lots of magic, and it seemed like a place where fairies go. Maybe, maybe if the fairies see you wearing this crown, maybe they won't be such dicks to you.
and then he hands her the crown.
It's true. It
She
was a very magical
looks
place.
looks down at it in her hand and then slowly puts it onto her head. Let me see.
The crown is also really good when it can make this like magic light, and it is really neat to look at, and it makes people glow.
Still hear him. Still hear him flitting about.
Get in touch with that crown. I think maybe might be helpful for you.
You're just giving me false hope. She takes the crown off and like flings it into a corner. Get out of my house.
Okay, well, the crown does have magic, so maybe if you get to know the magic in the crown, maybe it can help you. I hope that it does. And I hope that you are able to make friends and that people start to believe you, because it's not cool that people don't believe you. You're clearly in a lot of pain. You didn't make this up. So I hope things get better for you.
I imagine Pebbles
So
starts waddling out, head down a little bit, and I'm like,
Not
you made
before hugging her.
the
so she permits Pebble to hug her since a precedent has been set. But she looks down at you and says, I don't want your crown. Take your crown with you.
You're
Are
gonna
you
break his heart.
sure?
Lee will go pick it up.
Wow.
Make sure you tell people don't come here.
Will do.
I just I'll just look to the lady. I'm like, listen, take the crown.
Why?
It'll be useful.
Well, also because I didn't think she'd reject it, so I removed it from my character sheet, and now I don't know what was there.
So she snatches the crown away from Lee.
Hope to find you in a better
Okay.
mood next time.
I don't want there to be a next time.
Yep. We have overstayed our welcome. Goodbye. And like Alison just marches towards the cart.
I guess I don't know. What do you think? Crater, maybe.
We could go check out the crater. That sounds like a fun place to be.
It sounds like the best lead we have.
Yeah.
So
Well,
you
maybe.
start heading towards the west from where you are now.
I suppose so.
And it's like 20 miles, so it's gonna take us
It's gonna take us a minute. Yeah.
a while.
going to take you, so you've already traveled for 2 hours. Technically, it's going to take you like about another six, which is going to place it like right at the end of the day.
And then we're
Seven, technically. So a little bit more than people usually walk in a day. But
and then
you are
the
on horses. One of your horses is moving at like just 30. So you're kind of limited to your normal movement rate.
I mean, I think we would go as far as we were able to without overtiring ourselves.
but wouldn't we also want to be back in time for the night of long knives? Let's try and stop that.
Yeah,
It
that's what I
will it
was.
will be
Yeah.
after midnight before you finish your trek out there.
Depends if the night of long knives is at the keep or if
Is
it's
it at night? It is the night of knives, or whatever. So
and is
we
it
might have the whole day to get back, but it'll take us the rest of this day to get to over there. So time to investigate and then return. It's very difficult. We would be cutting it very close.
We gotta get back to help people so that this thing that does happen doesn't hurt people if we can stop some of it.
You
Yeah,
know?
you're also not sure if night means like after sunset or just when it's dark, in which case it will be dark after midnight.
so let us think about what we know. We know that the mist is potentially has an extraplanar origin, means it's coming from somewhere else. We know that an airship was spotted, which had a bright light that dropped in something that created a crater and scorched all the bushes in that. And that is likely one of the Decanists, if not Abelard. We know that there is a lot of research going on and that uh, what's her name was not being truthful with us.
I lose to Kundarak.
She's not being truthful or straightforward, that they're all part of the Aurum. And then we know that this is a meeting of the Aurum. So based off of that, how can we save or help the town, help the people that live there?
We
Wait,
might be able.
there's a meeting of people that are going to happen at the same time?
Yes. Did you see that Lord the Kundarak had a bunch of gold rings?
The the shiny stuff on her hands?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that.
It signified her. That was a market. That was a symbol of her rank within this the organization called the Aurum. And there are a bunch of Aurum members in the Black Pit.
Well, I think I remember hearing that name back before we came here, where the mist was all everywhere. And if there's gonna be meeting those people, maybe if we break up that meeting, maybe we stop the night of long knives. Let's go kick some butts.
Now I'm just picturing Lancelot from Monty Python's Holy Grail Pebble just comes in and starts beating up everybody in the keep, one after the other.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I feel like that would be pretty difficult to do. There's only four of us against the whole keep. Might be tough. Now, we might be able to get back in there. I don't know. Maybe they'll let us back in. And then perhaps we can do a little bit more snooping around. But it'd be difficult. We don't even know where they're going to be.
Also, the your friends that ran away may may come back, and that
I offered to pay them.
that would be a complication for access to the keep anyway. I would like to help, but I don't know what we could do. It feels like we don't have enough information to make it to really do anything.
That's not true. If we know where it's going to happen, and if we know people are going to get hurt, then we go help the people.
But we don't even know what it is.
So, we don't know what the mist is, but we still go in there even though there's monsters. We don't know what we're doing here in this place that we were put to, but we're still here doing stuff. We don't know a lot of stuff, and I especially don't know a lot of stuff. It doesn't stop me from doing stuff.
You said stuff a lot there.
Stuff is a great word. It has a lot of different uses.
Like fuck.
Yeah, I think so.
This is true. You raise a good point. But we need to be smart about it.
Why?
I do not wish to die in a historical calamity.
Okay.
So yeah, Lil Mully speaks up, although he is usually loath to do that, and says, "Look, I don't give a fuck if you guys do what the shepherds want or not, but there is no reason to believe that whatever the Night of Knives is, that you guys didn't die in the midst of it all. So don't assume that you're safe. But also, you are supposed to investigate what it is and report on it, not necessarily stop it."
Is that everyone can hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah, but if we could stop it, how cool would that be?
I mean, would it be cool? I don't even
Yeah,
know what it is.
that makes it even better. We're doing something nobody knows what it is, and nobody's gonna know.
That doesn't make sense to me, but you guys do what you want. But please, try to at least keep Thaldarin alive. I don't want to be like buried in the dust out here, waiting for somebody to find me.
Don't worry, buddy. We'll get out of it.
Look, I was afraid you were going to die when you were fighting the dwarves.
It was all under control.
All part of the plan.
um, did we see any fair spots to be able to sort of set up camp where we could still see the town?
Um,
Perhaps there's a hill overlooking that we can get a good view.
So there is a ring of hills around the town that are pretty high. If you camped on top of those, people would be able to see you too,
Hmm.
because that's sort of what forms the boundary of the town. There are plenty of hills where you could see that ring of hills. The only thing you probably could see from the top of one of those hills is maybe like the top tower of the keep. Like there's no really particularly tall buildings in the town. They're mostly 1 to 2 stories. And so they're kind of hidden by the hills that ring the village itself. But you probably could see the top of the keep. And if the airship were there, you could see the airship. If you
Okay.
perched on the actual hills that ring the village, then you could definitely see the whole village. And I say people could see you, but that is assuming that like the dust weren't obscuring their vision and that you weren't like attempting to set up a blind or something to prevent people from seeing you.
Right. I guess the dust would also make it difficult for us to fucking see it, huh?
Yeah, but I mean, if you're just looking at the town, you probably could still make out something. It's easier to see a house than an individual person.
Right.
Well, perhaps going to the crater is not going to be our best bet for
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so yet.
helping the town or under seeing the playing any sort of role in the Night of Long Knives. We could just camp out on this hill and wait until it happens and then run in. But that would be a tomorrow problem.
Yeah, I'm gonna give us a chance to rest.
So the plan is you're going to find a hill outside Black Pit and camp there for the night.
I think that's our best plan so far. Unless there's any other ideas.
Why don't we just go to Black Pit and sleep at the tailor's house? Then we're right there in the town, and we can help the town right there in the town.
I'm a little hesitant to do that, just in case whatever happens in the town happens to us too.
Or, if those guys with the wings, if they meet, and if that has something to do with the night, then we just go in there and see what they're doing. Maybe even if we just see what they're doing, then we can know what's going on. And if we can see what they're doing and it needs to be stopped, then we can kick their butts.
I do like to kick butt.
That is fine with me. Although I am, I, that is fine with me. But you guys, you were also seen. We have our new friends in town, or potentially in town from the caravan.
So,
I would hate to wake up and have armed guards it's outside our door.
Again, maybe we can bribe them. You know,
what
perhaps
time is it gonna be when we get back to town?
I mean, if you go back directly to town right now, it'll probably be like 6 p.m.
So that's perfect. We get to town, and then we just go straight to the place where the people are meeting. Because if they're gonna meet, then it's probably gonna be if what they're doing is gonna have something to do with the night, then we get to try and see what's going on and maybe stop it.
It's not happening necessarily tonight. I mean, unless maybe it is on the. Do we have a? We don't have a time, right? We just have
Right.
the
Really
date
just
and what it's
the
called.
date. Yes.
Yeah.
Pebble is right. We don't, I mean, I don't think we can take the chance, whether it's tonight or tomorrow night. We think we should pretend it's tonight and be on the lookout for it. And then if not, then we know it is tomorrow. But either way, we should be at the heart of action. At least observing.
Yeah, because I mean, we got so many people at home that are depending on us and hoping that we do good and that we stop this stuff and that we get what we need to stop this stuff. So we should do it because they need us.
It makes me wonder how many agents they have sent into this same night in the past.
I guess we'll find out.
I mean, whatever this is, you also know that the greater morning itself doesn't start for another 7 years.
Right. This is a precursor. This is somebody doing research.
So the plan for this evening is to go back into town?
Uh, unless we can meet with the people that we met on the road. I don't think I think it's safer to stay outside
Wait, stay outside. What do you mean?
of the town.
Oh,
Again, I don't want guards coming at me in the middle of the night.
so, but if we're outside of town, then there's no reason that they couldn't be patrolling around the town and find us. Just, I mean, if they're anywhere, then they're just as likely to find us if they're trying to look for us.
They know that we got roomed up at that one house. So like that and like the inn are the most common places they would look inside the town. I don't know if it would be worth it necessarily. Maybe it is for this whatever the orb was, for them to actually send patrols out for something like that. But
Well, what if we sneak into the tower? Because that's where the Orem are going to be, right?
So they're somewhere in the keep, but maybe the tower just happens to be where the airship is docked.
yeah, it
You
was
don't
So,
necessarily know that like they will be gathering in that tower. Maybe it is the tallest tower of the keep.
group
I mean, we
group
could
of
sneak into
stealthy
the keep,
bastards.
huh?
Yeah, a real group of stealthy bastards here.
I mean, Pebble is.
I have advantage, but I don't have advantage. I'm proficient, but I have disadvantage because of my armor.
Take it off.
Can't do that.
Lucirosi would.
Not in a dangerous location. I'm willing to take it off to go to sleep with this character, but we're going into dangerous spots. I'm gonna put that fucker on.
Well, okay, so here's an interesting idea because we have the communicators. So maybe we position ourselves at different places in the town. Maybe Pebble can try to infiltrate the keep. And, that way, yeah, we're splitting the party and definitely probably going to die. But
Let's split the party for the night of long nights.
But it could be really interesting.
Yeah.
But I mean, also, like, our goal is not necessarily to stop it. Our goal is not necessarily to engage. There's always the option of running wherever, whatever situation we get into. So why not be bold about it and just kind of see what happens? And if we have to, just run like chickens. Since most of us are birds anyways.
Half bird.
Though I ask, can Pebble be counted on to run away if he thinks he could help people?
Probably not, but that doesn't
You have
mean that
to.
everybody else doesn't have a chance to survive.
Lee, you've been pretty quiet. What do you think we should do?
I don't know. I don't know if we can. Obviously, we need to observe whatever this is, but I just think going into the town, there's a risk that they could capture us before whatever happens. If we camp out somewhere, at least we may have a chance to escape.
Yeah, but if we're too far from it, how do we know what's happening?
Well, we can try to keep a watch.
Well, then what if all we see is people getting hurt? We don't know what started it. We don't know who started it. We don't know what happened. We don't know where anything is. And most of the time, I don't know what's going on. But I think that's the opposite of what we're supposed to do.
Hmm.
Well, how long, if we're outside of town, how long would it take us to get inside town? 10 minutes, 20 minutes?
Depends on where you camp, but it could be as
Right.
little as 10 minutes. I mean, well, especially Lee, because Lee can fly over the hills directly.
If we are 10 minutes away, even 20 minutes away, I feel like that would be an acceptable trade-off.
And if we're captured in town, it won't matter what happens because we won't be able to help anyone.
The catastrophe is likely to provide some confusion.
Hey, you know what? I just realized I never really asked you guys this. Why did you guys sign up for this mission?
To help out
Stop the bite.
and to kick ass.
Yeah, but like, why? I mean, why stop the bite? What is the bite doing that's so bad?
You mean besides encroaching upon all the remaining life?
Uh-huh.
You need more than that? If it continues, because it's spreading, if it continues, all of our lives and any lives we produce afterwards is likely to be killed.
Yeah, but like, what? So what? Like, why? Why is that made? Why is that important?
Don't you want people to hug?
See, that's my reason. I came here because I got so many other Pengals, so many family. They're already dead. There's only a few of us left. And that makes Pebble really sad. And I don't want them to get hurt. I don't want them to have to deal with all the monsters. I don't want them to suffer. I want them to eat all the fish they can and have all the hugs they can and to sit around all the campfires. But if we don't do something here, then they might die. They might get real hurt. They might get real sad. And I can't let that happen. So I'm gonna be brave. That's why I came here to be brave. And if we're not gonna be brave, then what's the point?
We need to be brave and smart.
But most of all, brave.
All right, Pebble.
Suppose we could set up.
Where are you going to stay?
I think we should go to the keep. Because one, Elsie seems to have a good thing going with the head person. They seem to have got along real well. So maybe Elsie tells them, "Hey, can we stay here for the night?" And maybe Elsie can really make them say, "Oh, well, that's a good idea. Why don't you stay here for the night?" And then we're right in the place where all the people are meeting. And then we're also close in the town. So if we have to leave, then we get to help the people. And if we get to see what's going on with those people that are meeting there, we get to see what's going on there, maybe stop it. And then it'll be good.
Hypothetical here. That means imagine this situation. The gentleman that we assaulted for reasons, and we, of course, kept them alive as best as we could. They have a job, which would indicate, or which to them means they have to report what happened.
They already ran from us once. Maybe they didn't stop running.
Well, that's because they were outside of town. Once they are inside of town, they are likely to be a little more bold, where they will have their friends, more
But
friends
also-
than we have.
But also, if things start getting really bad and monsters stop coming and start hurting people, maybe they think, "Hey, those guys saved us once. Maybe they'll save us again."
I would hope that too, yes. That's why I was hoping to meet them and talk to them before they got reported in. But we don't always get that chance.
Even if we are taken, even if we are taken, well, even if you are taken, because I was not there, into in some trouble while in the keep. If there is a pandemonium, there would be potentially a a chance to at least escape and help out and play a role regardless. So perhaps it is just being, it is a risk, but one that is mitigated in the long run.
I got no problem giving it a shot.
Maybe on the way we'll find those guys and we can talk to them then. And then we don't have to worry about them trying to hurt us.
We can see.
So you're heading back to Black Pit.
Yeah.
So takes another about 2 hours for you to get back to the palisade of Black Pit. You don't see the dwarves on your way.
Oh well.
So where are you going within Black Pit?
Well, we need to drop our cart off. We have no
Yeah.
need for it.
Right. You also have a lot of stuff in your cart. They don't generally like store goods at the stables. They'll store the cart.
What if it's packed up? Just like,
Well, Elzen has a couple scrolls of arcane lock. Why
So
not cast
I
arcane
imagine,
lock on the
right. I
cart?
didn't imagine this cart to be like completely enclosed.
Yeah. I was thinking of like an open cart.
Well, what if we put everything in a bag and cast arcane lock on the bag? I guess what is a container in the eyes of the spell?
Right. I mean, I might let it work on a bag, but you have 280 pounds of feed that probably aren't going to fit in that bag and a barrel of water. You could lock the barrel of water.
We could unload at the tailor's house and then park the cart.
Oh,
Or
good
you know what,
idea.
we could just bring it in the keep. Why not? Plans
maybe.
changed. Plans changed. We are gonna see if we could stay for the night before heading out.
I mean, it
Available.
sounded like they didn't have anything quite available for you, let alone the rest of us.
Lord de Kundarak, de Kundarak was said that she was looking for something that was available. Although she didn't seem very, I doubt she'd follow through on it.
Yeah, but also she seemed real interested in the House Galanda establishment. Maybe you say, hey, I really want us to build a good relationship. Be a shame if it got off on the wrong foot.
A feast.
We could try it.
So you're going to the keep then?
Yeah, let's take the cart and everything.
Okay. So as you pull up on the keep, you see there's 4 guards outside the gate coughing in the dust as it falls.
Should we carry them
What
out?
they step, I mean, they do have like bandanas around their faces, but still occasionally some gets through. And they are there is an entranceway in the wall of the keep that is big enough for the horses and carts to go through, but they're currently standing in front of it, and one of them holds up a hand to get you to pause.
Yep. Nelson produces his papers.
Uh, so this says you're supposed to meet with Lord de Kundarak in the gardens. I suppose you can pull your cart into the courtyard here and leave it there. And we'll send a runner to find Lord de Kundarak. These are different guards than were there earlier in the day.
Ah, yeah, yes. We already met with Lord Dukundarak, but we wanted to come back in.
I suppose we could let you into the garden and let the Lord know you're here.
Yes, tell her that we send her tell her that we are uh plans have changed and we're looking for a accommodations within the keep for tonight in order to further our business relationship.
Uh, Very well. I don't know that there are more accommodations in the keep. I mean, I had to give up my room for somebody to stay in there, and I'm sleeping with the miners, but we can certainly pass the message along. Right now is the time of day when she's sending messages to King Boronel, so she might not be able to get back to you right away. I don't know how long that takes.
No worries, we will be in the garden.
So they show you like a corner of the courtyard inside the walls immediately behind them where you can park the cart. And one of the guards shows you back into the garden. Another guard runs off to pass the message to Lord de Kundarak. No, I'm doing it. De Kundarak.
Yeah, they're like I can't get them right because they're like the same, but in like they're the same letters, but the syllables are inversed.
So you are alone in the garden. There are occasionally people moving around the outskirts of the garden. Um, It is because it's nighttime outside, the illusion of the sun has faded, and so it's now dark inside except for the cold fire lanterns that are hanging around in various spots around the garden. But overall, it gives a pretty convincing impression of it being night.
It's just gonna enjoy the garden.
And after a few, probably actually after about 30 minutes, you begin to hear the same sound of step, thud as Lord de Kundarak and some attendants of hers appear at one side of the garden. And she comes striding over to you.
Ah,
And she immediately reaches out a hand towards Elzin.
he extends his and gives a firm shake.
So she clasps your hand and immediately tries to yank you towards her as she yells, "Guards, these are the killers. Get them."
Pebble
Uh,
immediately
that's
goes
that
to
is where
drop
we'll
kick her
that's
in
where
the
we'll wrap
face.
it up for this session.
Awesome.
So thanks for playing.
Yes.
I don't know how long, if you guys will even last next session. We'll see.
Oh, I forgot we had a short rest, right? So I'm gonna spend a hit dice.
Right, you did have a short rest.
Gotta have opportunity.
Wait a minute.
Let her search all our shit because it's not like she's gonna find.
When
Oh, not all our shit.
you roll a hit die, you double the
You
number
can
of hit
search
points
this part
restored.
of our shit, but nothing
As long
else.
as long as that burnt up note is hidden real nice someplace, that's what we need to
Yeah,
not have around.
I, I don't know who specifically is carrying it, but it wasn't mentioned that it was being like hidden.
For what is this?
The burned up research notes.
Oh, definitely not Pebble. He thinks they're a bunch of burned up leaves.
And I don't know who has like, the mithril armor is, nobody makes makes adamantine armor that's not distinctive. Like if you're going to put the work in to make it, it's going to be relatively artistically done. So there are a couple things that they could find on the party that would put you somewhere in the vicinity of the contents of that cart. You'd be like, we just bumped into these two dwarves outside of town who handed all the stuff to us.
It was just a crashed up cart. That's all we found was this stuff. We don't have the orb. So that must be whatever they were looking for, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what you
We
should
won't
say.
say anything.
Yeah,
Obviously we won't say
we
that.
don't even have your orb that we don't know anything about. All right, thanks everybody for playing.
Yeah, it was fun.
Thanks for running.
Yeah, thanks for running.
Talk to you guys later.
See you later.
Later.
Bye.